Hello and welcome to Tuesday's edition of Cracking the Cryptic, or what I hope will become Tuesday's edition. I am extremely, I suppose nervous is the right word about trying this puzzle. It's called Dueling Dragons. It's by IcyFruit, with whom I have done battle before, including in the longest video that we've ever released on Cracking the Cryptic. I think it was 3 hours 30 minutes, maybe 3 hours 40 minutes. It was an absurdly difficult puzzle called Taiga. Now, I can tell you, a lot of people asked me to try Taiga, but it wasn't as many people as have asked me to try this puzzle, including some incredibly gifted people. We're lucky enough on the channel to be followed by some truly brilliant minds. And I do know some people who I have, they are so much cleverer than me, who have done battle with this and have not been victorious. The Dueling Dragons defeated them. So I'm going to have a go at it. I did intend to start this video earlier. It's 11:30 now, and I wanted to get involved at 9, but then life got away from me as usual. So I've managed to sit down. It's a beautiful day here, so my window's open. Apologies if there's too much bird noise in the background. I did snip a comment from Logic Masters Germany. It didn't make me feel like this was going to be much easier, but look, ask. Oh no, it doesn't say that, does it? It's ask. This was truly inspired, but beware the difficulty. This took me a few sit-downs to really get my hooks in. That said, there's some brilliant setting here with some really novel ideas at play. After I pass the fuzziness of the rules, there's some pressure coming from some really unexpected places that leads to some very rewarding aha moments. Kind of miraculous, the latter half of the puzzle even solves given the clue distribution. Really wonderful puzzle, IcyFruit. Thank you. Well, IcyFruit, I know nothing about IcyFruit. We have never had any correspondence from IcyFruit. I know a number of you did wonder whether IcyFruit was a new pseudonym for Fistimofel. I don't think so. I do have correspondence occasionally with Fistimofel, and I think Fistimofel would admit if Fistimofel was really IcyFruit. So IcyFruit remains an enigma, but we'll have a go at the puzzle in a moment or two's time. I don't have much news for you today, so I suppose I'll start this with a small appeal. If you do enjoy the channel, and if you find yourself watching this video, you must enjoy puzzles, you just must. Please do subscribe to the channel. We'd really appreciate it. Think about joining us over on Patreon. We have a wonderful Patreon site where lots and lots of extra content goes up all the time. In fact, in a couple of days, we have a brand new Sudoku hunt coming for you from Blobs to celebrate the month of May. So that's coming 4 p.m. UK time on the 1st of May. And I've got one birthday to do today, which is for Callie. Callie, you've turned 19, and I know this because your mum Teresa wrote to us. And Callie, I know you tried to come and see us in Stratford-upon-Avon when we did a live edition of Cracking the Cryptic at the Stratford Literary Festival. I want to say, was it around October last year? October, November. But we didn't get to see you, so maybe this year. We haven't heard yet whether we're going to be asked back, but I have some hopes that we might be. And if we are, and if we can do it, it would be lovely to see you there. So, Callie, have a great 19th birthday. Many happy returns. I hope you get to see this message. And I hope you get some chocolate cake with a large amount of icing, of course. But with that said and done, I will procrastinate no longer. Let me try this puzzle. Dueling Dragons by IcyFruit. The rules are as follows. Place a digit from 1 to 9 once each in every row, column and cage. That's already a bit strange because there aren't 9 cages. There are 5 cages. Okay, well, we'll worry about that in a minute. So we have to play Sudoku, but with cages. If and only if adjacent digits do not sum to a prime number, shade the boundary between them. Shaded boundaries must divide the grid into exactly 2 regions. There may be shaded boundaries that lie within a region without fully dividing it. I think I understand that. But we'll try and figure out, we'll do an example in a moment. In fact, there's hardly any more rules. I scrolled then expecting there to be that's the rules are tiny. A digit in a cell with 1 or more arrows indicates the total number of shaded boundaries in the directions of all arrows combined. Okay. So let's look at an example. Let's look at this one. Shaded boundaries. So that, I think, let's go to the pen drawing tool. So what we're saying here is that the maximum size that could be would be if we put boundaries on all of the boundaries. And then this number would be 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 is the maximum. 5, 6. I think maybe 6 could go in there. If every possible boundary it saw was a boundary. Now, I just want to have a think about this other rule where it says, okay, so let's just draw it back. Let's just draw a line across the grid. So what we're saying here is, if and only if adjacent digits do not sum to a prime number, do not sum to a prime number. That feels very, very strange. If and only if adjacent, so if adjacent digits don't sum to, I mean, they can't sum to 2 because they can't be double 1 in Sudoku. So if they don't sum to like 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, then there would be a boundary between them. Shaded boundaries must divide the grid into 2 regions. I've achieved that. Now it's this other line here. There may be shaded boundaries that lie within a region without fully dividing it. So there can be strands sort of dropping off this. You know, that's sort of... Sorry, the reason I'm pausing is that feels very unconstrained to me. Because even if I discover definitive boundaries between cells, hang on. So if I find a boundary between 2 cells in this puzzle, I know they sum to a non-prime. So let's say they add up to an even number. Let's say they add up to 10. So if I find do not sum to a prime number, then I'm going to shade the boundary. Yeah, so if there was a 4 and a 6 here, I'm going to shade the boundary, and then, but I don't know whether that's actually the main boundary or one of these like spurious runoff boundaries. That's weird. That's weird. Anyway, okay, I'm going to unfortunately start. Well, I'm going to have to start solving it. That's all the rules. That's all we can do. Do have a go. Be aware, it's difficult apparently. The way to play is to click the link under the video as usual, but now I get to play. Let's get cracking. Now the one thing that makes me feel a little optimistic about this is there are a few, actually there aren't a great deal, but that arrow feels very, or 2 arrows, they feel restricted. 1, 2, 3, 4. That cannot be more than 4. I'm not going to do that one. I think that could be up to 6. That one, 1, 2, That one's not bigger than 4. We've got to put, yeah, that's there. Okay, I've spotted something else. Okay, there is. This isn't the thing I spotted. There must be a boundary between those two cells. Because imagine there were 3 boundaries in that section. Then this would be a 3. Now, that cannot also be a 3. And the only way it can have be seeing a different number of boundaries is if that junction there is a boundary. So let's... what should we use? Maybe we'll use black, actually. In fact, I know what I'm going to do. I like doing this in puzzles that involve division. I like drawing the edge of the grid in. It makes me feel like I'm making progress. So there we go. And we know that that digit and that digit are 1 different from one another. And we have shaded a boundary. I'll tell you what I've got to do. I've got to get in my head what this boundary means. So this adds up to a non-prime. That's what we're saying. If and only if adjacent digits do not sum to a prime. So this is a non-prime. It's not 1 and 2. 1 and 2 sum up to 3, and that's prime. 2 and 3 sum up to 5, and that's prime. 3 and 4 sum up to 7, and that's prime. 4 and 5 sum up to 9. That is not prime. 5 and 6 is 11. 6 and 7 is 13. 7 and 8 is 15. That's not prime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we get that many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you can't. You can't do 7 and 8 because I don't think there's enough boundaries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the maximum size of this is 6. It cannot be 6. I think I've got a digit. What, 2 digits? I think that's 4. That's 5. That is not 4. And okay, so these add up to 9, non-prime. So we put a boundary between them. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 6 boundaries that this 4 clue is pointing at, 4 are going to have lines. Now let's just put some in. What can we deduce from that? So this one, in my silly example, those 2 would not have boundaries. So they would have to add up to prime numbers. They would have to add up to prime numbers. So they have to add up to an odd number. Because the only even prime is not achievable in Sudoku. Double 1 would be the only way of getting to it. So across each domino that has no boundary sums to a prime. So will contain an odd and an even digit. Because 2 odds or 2 evens obviously add up to an even digit, which won't be prime and therefore would create a boundary. For some reason, the rules in my head feel the wrong way round. I don't know if that's just my head. I really need to be on top form Taravangian today. I talk about this when does anyone else find this? When you're faced with a difficult puzzle or a difficult problem in life, you want to be on sort of top form, and some days your brain, it just feels like it feels it's not resisting you quite as much as other days. And on other days, it feels like you can't even really access your brain. You ask your brain the answer to something, and your brain just goes, I'm not going to help you today. I'm just going to I'm going to head in the clouds. I really would like my brain. I would like the neurons in my brain to be working properly today. And I'm not convinced they are, because I'm finding the rule set, actually, it's not that it's badly explained. I totally understand it. I just feel there's something weird about it. It's sort of rubbing up my brain the wrong way. I want it to work the other way round. I want to put boundaries between cells that add up to prime numbers. That feels like, prime number, we can... Anyway, I tell you what I must do, and that's I must delete all of this, because that's all total conjecture. I was just trying to understand it. So there's a lot... The other thing is that you can still have a boundary. So what I was saying before... If you have a prime number, there's no boundary. So to create a prime number, you have an odd and an even digit, adding up to 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. But you could have an odd and an even digit, adding up to 9 or 15, that would have a boundary. And you could also have any combination of double odd or double even that would also create a boundary. But then you've got the problem that when you've created a boundary, as we have done here, you don't know whether that's a real boundary. You don't know whether it's a real boundary that's dividing the grid into two regions. So it feels like there's a yin-yang thing going on. Except that in this puzzle, you can have boundaries that they just live in a region, going do again, like my brain on a bad day, not really serving any purpose at all, just existing within the puzzle, but not helping you to solve the puzzle. I don't know. All right, okay, I'm going to tell you the other thing I noticed, which is sort of set-based, actually. We are told that into every row we have to put the digits 1 to 9. So these 3 rows of the puzzle definitely contain 3 sets of the digits 1 to 9, 1 in each row. But we know that these cages, so that's a cage, 9 cells. This is a cage, 9 cells. They also contain the digits 1 to 9. So this thingy here is sort of an extra region of the puzzle. The difference between these 2 cages, which are 2 sets of the digits 1 to 9, and those 3 rows, which are 3 sets of the digits 1 to 9, is those cells which must contain a set of the digits 1 to 9. Yeah, I mean, okay, trivially, that is a set of the digits 1 to 9. Less trivially, that is a set of the digits 1 to 9. Yeah, so maybe we colour these. So that's a set of the digits 1 to 9. That's a set of the digits 1 to 9. How should we do this? Red. That's a set of the digits 1 to 9. So we're going down my columns of colours. That's a set of the digits 1 to 9. So in these three rows, That is a set of the digits 1 to 9. Oh, I've messed up the colours here a bit. Make that darker. We can make this one yellow. This is a set of the digits 1 to 9, not had blue. And that is a set of the digits 1 to 9, not had orange. So that's all my colours used up. So each colour in this grid contains one set of the digits 1 to 9. Now, yeah, okay, so 4 in orange. Where's 4 in orange? One of those 3 cells. This digit in orange is in one of those cells. Let's make that A. That's down here as well. And the last one will be that one. Whatever that one is has to live down here. Now, one, two, three, four. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that maxed out at 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's anything. I will pencil mark that. That is anything up to 5. Okay, and that one can be 7 therefore, because those two could be boundaries between this one and this one. I'm not prepared to pencil mark that one, but that's anything up to and including 5. This is so weird. I mean, if that's a 5, all of these are boundaries, but they... I mean, okay, could you have a puzzle that has, you know, could we be in a silly world here where, you know, you sort of had a 1-cell region and then the whole of the rest of the grid was, what would that mean? The whole of the rest of the grid. It wouldn't mean, I was about to say the whole of the rest of the grid would be connected via primes, but it wouldn't mean that. Because you can have non-prime divisions, providing, so if this was a 1-cell region, you could have loads of other boundaries in the grid. You just couldn't do that in another part of the grid to create 3 regions in the puzzle. I suspect what we have to do is think about this one. That one we said could be as high as 6. I just don't understand. I tell you what, I don't understand how this is restricted, this puzzle. To me, it feels like absurdly open-ended. Okay, I'm going to think about this. So this is 1, 2 or 3. It can't be 4 because we have a 4 in its region. So if it was 1, yeah, this is the problem. If it's 1, who cares? Literally, who cares? You don't know anything. If that's a 1, I'm saying there is one boundary which could be in 4 positions. And, okay, let's just put it there for the sake of exposition. What do we now? Okay, so I suppose if we knew that that was the only boundary, we would know that those were non-boundaries. That is what we would know. So we would know that these all add up to primes. And this adds up to a non-prime. That's not difficult. That's really not difficult. And then, even if you knew that, you wouldn't know. Even if we knew that, which is way more information than I actually know, even if I knew this, I wouldn't know if Is there some reason I know this is a real boundary? Why do I know that? Like, if you knew... But it... Maybe shaded boundaries. Okay, well, let's say somehow there is some logic by which I know that that is the real boundary in this puzzle. Then somehow or other, this real boundary goes off a wandering, goes off around the grid. Even if I knew that, could I solve the puzzle? If I knew, if somebody just came out of the future and said, this is the boundary. They say, this is the boundary. But there could be other boundaries. So it's absolutely fine. There could be other boundaries, but I'm going to tell you the boundary. It's there. What do I now know? I now know that every division across this boundary adds up to a non-prime, which doesn't mean I can't even say it's double odd or double even across that boundary. I can't say that because you could have, well, exactly this. You could have a 9. You could have a 15. You could have a 7-8 pair. You could have a 6-9 pair. You could have a 1-8, 2-7, 3-6, 4-5 pair. So even if somebody comes from the future and tells me, here's the boundary, that's what you're looking for. This is the droid you're looking for. I don't understand. Maverick's coming to taunt me. Sorry, we're about to get buzzed by a low-flying aeroplane. 27 minutes. I've done... Well, I suppose I've put 2 digits in the grid, and I've concluded that I know... I actually think I know less now than I did before I read the rules. That's not quite true, but... if that's a 1, I also get a 1 down here, don't I? But who cares? Who cares? I don't understand. This is why this puzzle's so monstrous, isn't it? No one can do it because it's just impossible to understand it. Shaded boundaries must divide the grid into exactly 2. I understand that. I just don't. I don't even know what it tells me if someone tells me where it is. It very slightly restricts dominoes across the grid, is what it does. It says each of these dominoes sums. No, it doesn't sum to an even digit. It sums to an even digit or 9 or 15. That's what it says. It's the most lunacy. That is ludicrous. And I suppose, no, okay, it says something very subtly more sophisticated than that, which is that, but I mean, it's really very subtle and useless. It would say that you couldn't do that. So there couldn't be a string of other boundaries emanating from this supposedly real boundary. There couldn't be another string of boundaries that got to the edge. That is actually, I think, a nice way of saying it. You couldn't do that because that will create a third boundary or even a fourth boundary if we were to do it again. So we can't do that. So within the rest of the region, yeah, but we're not saying. This is the weird thing. You're not saying that within the rest of this region, it's all got to be prime heaven. There can be lots of prime heaven. That's true. But there can be boundaries within here. They just mustn't get to this boundary. Yeah, I mean, there can be boundaries. There could be isolated boundaries. The only boundary you couldn't have is that sort of boundary. So you can have a whole plethora of either even boundaries, i.e. digits sum to evens, in which case the parity is the same, or you could have adding up to 9s or 15s. You can have all of those within a within a region, let's call it that, within a region, provided that you don't assemble that in some way that allows this. And I don't think that is even... I don't think that is I don't think it's a restriction at all. It is a tiny restriction. But as I said before, even if I'm sorry, if this does turn out to be the correct boundary, I don't know what to do with it. I'm sorry about this. I'm actually quite close to turning off now because I don't think I understand this. I don't understand how it's restricted at all. The arrows are useless. They're useless. Oh, I'm the. I mean, I was thinking, is it worth even considering? Can this be a 3? But it could be a 2. But I don't care. I don't care. I just don't care. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything to my knowledge of the world to know what that digit is, I'm going to claim. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Because even if it was 3, and even if I knew where the boundaries were, I wouldn't know if they were real boundaries. And even if I knew they were real boundaries, they wouldn't be very restricted. This is nonsense. I am not thinking about this correctly. There must be some weird idea here that sits over this puzzle and says, no. Some combination, probably some combination of sentences, but at least one sentence that I have said is such utter drivel. Because why? What? It's making me cross now. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I'll read the rules again. Place a digit in every row, column, and cage. I get that, okay, and I do see, and I think I have extracted the additional information that arises from that sentence, because I do understand that there are some extra regions. I don't know how they even remotely help me at all. So that's not it. If and only if adjacent digits do not sum to a prime number, shade the boundary between them. I get that. But there's a lot of ways of doing that. A lot. So I envisage a finished grid, I wish I could, that was, it's going to have loads of boundaries. And there's going to be one particular way that all those little strands of boundaries are going to divide the grid along the lines that I've drawn in here. And there's going to be loads of other boundaries that may attach to that proper boundary, or may not, literally, or may not. There may be shaded boundaries. Yeah, that's what that means. Shaded boundaries must divide the grid into exactly 2 regions. And then there's the arrow rule that tells me how many boundaries. But what? Sorry, I've stopped talking now. This happens occasionally when I'm totally stuck. My brain doesn't even know what to say. I think I do understand the rules. I think I do understand the rules. I just don't understand what they mean. No, I do. No, I understand what they mean. I don't understand how they restrict enough. No. I don't understand how they restrict even remotely enough. Because literally, if someone came and said that is the boundary, okay, let's think about that again. If that is the boundary, that is the boundary. Who cares? If that's the boundary, 5 and 4 add up to 9, so we know that they create a boundary. This cell here, let's get rid of the 1. Let's get rid of the x's here. Okay, so this has to add up to a non-prime. Okay, it can't add up to 9. So it would add up to, can't add up to 15, so that would be even. And then but then that doesn't have to be the same. This would be even. This has to add up to a non-prime. So either this is even or it's odd. And that domino adds up to 9 or 15. And then the same happens there, the same happens there. Okay, it must be something to do with... Maybe I'm wrong in my presumption, where I say that the rest of this is unconstrained. Maybe it is constrained. I don't see why it's constrained, but imagine that there is... So say somebody comes from the future, they say that's the boundary, and for some reason there are no tendrils in the rest of the grid, because for some reason this boundary will turn out to be the only boundaries. Why would that be the case? And the answer to that is I think it will. I don't think it does. Why couldn't you? Actually, that's a bad example. Why couldn't you have a 2 on top of a 4 there? That creates a boundary. But they add up to 6. 6 is not a prime. So there would be a boundary. Ignore arrows. I'm not interested in arrows. Why couldn't that be the case? The answer is that it can. The answer is so for that not to be possible, it would now apparently be impossible to go from here to here within the same region. dimly see. Dimly see. If 9 and 15 were not possible, would there be a problem then? Because then you would have... Oh, this is... I think there might be a point about parity if you... But I don't think there is in this puzzle. So I have to... Okay, let's think about this. So if you had 2 on top of 4 within a region, I'm saying that it must be possible to trace a path from the 2 to the 4 with prime numbers. Now that is impossible, actually. That I'm not sure that what I just said was true. If and only if adjacent digits do not sum to a prime number. Do not sum to a prime number. So maybe it doesn't matter about 9 and 15. I know. Okay, right. So I might see something here. Okay, this might be impossible. Now, why? What I'm going to say is that so what I started with is it possible within a region, so I've drawn a putative region, is it possible within that region for this 2 and this 4 to exist in orthogonally adjacent cells? Because they would have a boundary between them. That's indisputably true. Now, in order for these 2 digits to be in the same region of the puzzle, there has to be a path between them that is actually, and it's a path made up, I think, of primes, isn't it? There must be some, and it could be a very complicated path, but there must be a way of tracing through the puzzle from one cell to another. Because if there wasn't, if this boundary prevented that tracing from being achieved, there would be 3 regions in the puzzle. So there must be a way of sort of going, oh, let's use a different colour. Like that, for example, in which, some boundaries may be prevented, but there must be a way of getting from the 2 to the 4. Now, I think that's not going to work because of parity. Now, this might be wrong. But isn't there a bishop's move condition here? The cell that we exit, so don't forget there's a boundary between these. Now, the cell that we exit to, on the correct path that allows us to trace the path from the 2 to the 4, that will be of what colour? That will be of what parity? Well, that will clearly, on the correct path, because there must be a contiguous path, that will be odd. So this cell would be odd. Let's put O for odd. So what's that cell? Well, that's not odd again, because on the correct path we need to be going through prime numbers. So that cell is going to, these 2 will have to add to an odd prime. is a bit superfluous in this puzzle because you can't add to an even prime because double one doesn't work. So this is going to be, you've guessed it, even. This is going to be, you've guessed it, odd. And this is going to be even. So you're going to trace this path through here. I'm warming to this theme actually, like this. And can you see the problem we've just run into? It's going to, the path will alternate, and look at the bishop's colours. All of the odd digits within this region lie on the same bishop's colour, and all of the even digits will lie on the opposite bishop's colour. And that means, so to put it another way, as you leave the 4 on the correct path, you're going to have to go into an odd digit, aren't you? And that's not going to work. Because as we leave the 4 into an odd digit, let's say that this, we've said that's the path, those two cannot add up to a prime number. Because there will be a point where you connect digits of the same parity if you've started with 2 digits, adjacent digits of the same parity. Right. So this is something. I'm not even saying it's much, but it's something. Right. So I am now claiming that if the person from the future came back and told me the exact division of the grid, then you pick a region. Let's say let's pick this region because it's unpolluted by my nonsenses. And I'm going to claim within this region, in fact, look, if that was a real division, the even digits would go along this, they would go in those positions. Because if they didn't, and you suddenly switched and you made this an odd digit, then there wouldn't be a path of primes from here to here, and therefore there would be another region division. That will be forced. So within... So if that was a real boundary, I'm going to come back to that thought. I don't... Well, hang on. hang on. I'm going to cut that. That feels very hard to think about, but I'm just going to think about this one first. So what I'm going to say is within this region here, the odd and the even digits will be checkerboarded. And then within this region here, the odd and the even digits will be checkerboarded, but on the other bishop's colours. Now, but if that's true, then that would imply this is the real bound. No, it would. No, it's not the real. Oh, hang on. Now I'm going mad. Is that the real boundary or not the real? No, because they're on the correct bishop's colours. Oh, that's really annoying. So what I'm now thinking is that if that logic is correct, let's just go up here because it's unsullied again. If my logic is correct, let's put 7 and 8 on top of each other because we know that creates a boundary. That is a non-prime total, so we put the boundary in. But we know that this this works. What I mean by it works, well, it would establish the parity within this region. If this 7 and 8 are part of the same region, the 7, establishes that the odd parities would go into all of these bishops' colours, and the even would be on the opposite colour. So the parity is correct. So I feel like they have to be in the same region, because they can't be in. It's sort of a bit. It's a bit of a weird concept. This. It's because they can't be in different regions. Because the two regions of the puzzle. This is it. This is it. This is it. It's just really hard to explain. I think that this is instructive, because what we actually know is that within a region, once we define a region, which I sort of have by putting this black line in order for that to be a region, it must be possible in any domino within that region to trace a path of primes connecting digits together, to connecting those two domino digits together. How do you create in Sudoku a path of primes? This is a nice way of putting it. How do you create a path of primes? You can't use double one. So the path has to oscillate polarity. It must, or parity. It must oscillate parity. We don't even have to go to German Whispers language. We have to oscillate parity. To oscillate parity, orthogonal movements, you're going to create diagonals of the same parity within that region. That must be true by definition of region. Now, what is the nature, therefore, of the other region? If that has the same parity, or the same bishop's colouring, you wouldn't create a region. Does that make sense? I think, so what I'm saying here is, how do I do this? If this was, let's ignore this. So what I'm going to do, hang on, what's going on with my colours? I don't know. I've established, I tried to establish, I see, it's because I'm on colours, right, okay. So I've tried to establish parity in this collection. I want to look at the boundary. So by parity, we can see that I think all three of these are going to be odd. I'm just going to put odds in just so that it's clear. If this was the boundary, this is how the parity would look along the boundary. Now, if this was odd now, then we know that because this region, once you get one digit, or if we knew the region boundaries, once we get one digit in the top region, we can parity shade it, because we know in any domino within this region, we must be possible to draw a path along prime, where everything sums to a prime. So the moment we do this, this whole region would have to be this, wouldn't it? But now, whoopsie. Now, I don't see, or do I? I don't see. What I want to say is that I don't see how that top region is in a different region now from the bottom region. Because the only way that that top region it is impossible. Okay, here is a reason why that's impossible, in case you're wondering. It's impossible because if this was a possible parity shading, either row 9 or column 9 will have 5 even digits in it. And in this case, it's going to be... Actually, on this shading, it's really bad. I think in fact, on this shading, yeah, okay, no, I misspoke very slightly, but I mean, it's very clearly impossible here, because if the whole grid could be shaded like this, you're going to have 5 even digits in row 1 and column 1 and column 9 and row 9. Which is clearly nonsense. In fact, in this grid, you could never have 2 rows, 2 connected rows that were entirely within one region. You couldn't do it. Because if you did do it, if we said that this row and this row were in the same region, we would checkerboard shade it, so that's either odds or evens. Let's make it evens, because then you can see row 1 might work. There are 4 evens there. But row 2 has got 5 evens in it. There are only 2, 4, 6 and 8. You can't do it. So every 2 rows and columns, or the region division that is in this puzzle, has to reach... It's going to have to span a lot of the puzzle. So it's not going to be a sort of 1-cell region, because then these 2 columns will break. And it is going to be the case that within one of the regions, you're going to have odds and evens on one bishop's colour, and on the other, in the other region, you're going to have odds and evens in the other colour. Because otherwise, there will be rows and columns of the grid that are supposed to have 5 even digits in them, because the whole grid will be checkerboarded the same way. And that is definitely impossible. Now, so what that, yeah, so in other words, because we cannot have the whole grid having the same checkered colouring, because there will then be rows and columns with 5 even numbers, we know that across the boundary we're going to be retaining, yeah, we're going to be retaining parity, because we need to switch the bishop's colours. So this is going to be, this is actually, if this was the boundary, it's going to look like this. Now, and then whatever I've done at the top is obviously absolute nonsense. Well, everything I've done is nonsense, but But I do think I might now be in more of a position to at least think about how to solve the puzzle after an hour. So, yeah, so one... Okay, I don't know how to articulate this. I'll try. The way I'm thinking about it in my brain is that, yeah, there's one region, I call it region 1, which has one coloured, all the odds are going to be on the same bishop's colour. And then in the other region, call it region 2, the odds will be on the opposite bishop's colour. That's how I'm thinking about it. So what that means is and we've established that the places where the checkerboarding switches are clearly going to have therefore amalgamations of parity across the border. And they are the only positions in the grid where parity will be consistent across a domino, because what we've worked out is, this all stemmed from when I tried to put 2 and 4 in the same region. We simply cannot do that. So whenever digits of the same parity are dominoed, that is a real, genuine boundary. It's real, genuine boundary. And whenever digits of different parities share a domino, even if they sum to 9 or 15, they are within the same region. Right, okay. I'm starting to believe that at least I can start this. I don't know what this means, but I want to go back now and think about this, because this was 5, this was 4, and I'm going to claim that they're in the same. Somehow my colour. I want to make those in the same region. How do I do that? I've got to put them in the same colour. I'm going to get rid of all my colours. Sorry. This is going to upset me. So what I'm going to claim is these 2 cells are in the same. Should we make them green? Green. So these are, and well, this is interesting. These are definitely in the same region. And that's interesting a little bit. That whole column is not entirely green. How do we know that now? Well, we know that because if it was entirely green, the parity would follow from that. All of the even digits would be in positions 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. And there would in theory therefore be 5 even digits in column 1. Now there are not 5 even digits in this puzzle, so we can't do that. So at least one cell in column 1 is in region, let's call it region 2. So yeah, there must be yin yang here, mustn't there? What I mean by yin yang is what I can't do around this border is sort of go here, green, here. Because then if purple I'm saying is region 2, I've got to make a purple region. I've got to connect them up, and then green won't be able to get to green again. So this border, it can't flick around too much in terms of coloration. Now, Yeah, I think I might be able to prove that this column is entirely the other region. And the way I'm seeing that is it possible that this whole top row is green? No, because by checkerboarding, that's going to make those cells green. Those cells green. Well, it is going to make them green, but it's also going to make them even. That's impossible. And that same logic must apply to this row as well, mustn't it? It's not possible that that entire row is green, because then those cells would all be even. So somewhere between here and here is a break of the colour, and a purple is introduced. Now it could be as late as this cell, but it must happen by the time green gets to there. Green couldn't then go to there as well. So that cell must be purple, and we can't go to green over the top to get to here, because then that's going to make the whole top row green. So this is purple. We know we can't take green all the way around the top to here, because too many even digits in a row. So that is purple, and now we can't put green here, because to connect those greens together would isolate purple from purple. So purple is there, and purple has the opposite polarity to green. So that means, right, I think that must mean, I'm not even really going to check that. I think that these must be the odd ones, because otherwise I've really messed up, because there's going to be 5 even digits even so. But we should find, yeah, so what's even in green is odd in purple. So these squares are now 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, that doesn't even help. It does mean that square is not a 4. That was one of the possible positions of 4 in our region that we had here, look. So 4 in this region is a bit restricted. It's now got to be in one of those 5 cells. And it would be actually lovely to know which one it was, because if you did know which one it was, you wouldn't. Yeah, because basically now, if we got the parity, say we got the parity of that cell, so say we just knew, somehow we knew that was even, then we would know it was green. This is an incredibly clever puzzle. IcyFruit is the new, if not actually Fistamafel, is the new Fistamafel. This is beyond. It's beyond anything we see normally in Sudoku. It's just absolutely crazy. Now, what does this mean? I really don't know. I really don't know. It's got to be. I'm looking at the arrows, sort of thinking, now do I know something I didn't know before? I mean, if this one was green, that would be a 2. I mean, sorry, I've stopped talking again, haven't I? If I don't know. I'm sorry. It could not be less obvious to me what I meant to do with this, even though I think I've had a sensible thought. I had one sensible thought in an hour and 10 minutes. How does this parity thing actually help me? How does it help me to know the parity of column 9? Or is there something else I'm meant to know about the perimeter here? Like, is it necessarily the case that hang on. I see. Wow. Okay. Just trying to see what the implication of. Okay. Here is something, I think. Is it? I just want to make sure what I'm about to say is true. I think it's true. Here's my question. Is it possible that those two cells are in the same region? I am going to claim no by mathematics. Let's imagine these are in the same region. So they're either both purple or both green. So let's just make them both blue for the sake of exposition. If these were both blue, then I think by parity, we know these are of the same parity, they're in the same region. Now this one must be bigger than this one, mustn't it? Because they're both counting how many borders there are in the bottom row, except this one is seeing 2 more borders. Now if these have the same parity, this one is 2 greater than that one. I don't know what the numbers are, but that is true. Now, but if that's true, both of those borders within the same region, are borders. Now, how do you do that in this puzzle? And the reason I ask is that within the same region, we know that we can create, in fact we've done it here, we can create dominoes that have alternating parity, that have region division between them. I don't know where my region division's gone there, but that should still exist. We can have that, but only if the 2 digits in question add up to either 9, because we need non-primes, 9 or 15. But the difference between these 2 numbers is 2. And the difference between 9 and 15 is not 2. So just to show you what I mean, imagine that was, I don't know, that was 2 and that was 4. That's possible, isn't it? This now has to be odd by parity. And this domino needs to add up, because there's a boundary, needs to add up to either 9, that's fine, we could put 7 in, or 15. So we'll put 7 in, it's actually the only option if that's 2. But now this domino needs to add up, well, it can't add up to 9, so it must add up to 15. And mathematically that's never going to happen, because these are only 2 apart. It's impossible to do it. So what that means, hang on, let's restore my 4 in there. What that means is that this one and this one are not in the same region. And that's rather beautiful because, well, it's going to force us to take these boundaries out. But it means that it can't be purple here and green here, because then when we connect green up, purple won't be able to connect up. So it must be green here. It must be purple here. And now we can't have any purples between our greens. Don't know what that one is. But now I can do parity, because now those digits are all even digits. And these digits are all, you've guessed it, odd digits. Now that takes 4 out of there, and there, and there, and there by Sudoku. 5 out of that one by Sudoku. This one can't be 9. I'm not sure it can be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. It can't be. It could be 5 maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 feels incredibly unlikely. I only say that because I'm trying to envisage how we're going to build dominoes that all add to... Because what if this is 5, what we're saying is that every single boundary there is a boundary within its own region that is not part of the fictitious, it's not part of the actual boundary between green and purple. It's a part of the fictitious boundary, if you like, which means all of those within the same region have to add up to 9 or 15. 5. So if that's 5, the next digit would have to be 4. And then the next digit would doesn't work. Actually, it immediately fails. It's not even complicated. If that's 5, we need this to be a boundary. So it's got to add up to a non-prime. The only option is going to be 9. And now this must add up to 9 or 15. And I can't write 11 in there. So there's no way to make that a bordered boundary. So actually, this is not 5. It's now 1 or 3. So we've got to take out all these boundaries. I think 3 will be much more plausible, because then I only need 3 boundaries to add up to 9 or 15. Okay. And this cell is bigger. There's one boundary, isn't there, between... So of these 2 boundaries separating purple from green, there's 2 possible boundaries, but we know because of the parity switching, only one of those will be a boundary. So this is 2 or 4, I think. It's 1 greater than whatever this digit is. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Right, look at the bottom row of the grid. Well, all the even digits are there. I mean, I don't know which order they go in, but that's even, that's even, that's even, and that's even. So that, by dint of sort of parity, is odd, and therefore those 2 are odd together, and that is a real boundary. That is the thing we've been looking for. If the person from the future had come back and said, look, I'm going to show you where the real boundary is, they would have told me it was there, because it is. Now, what does that mean? That's not 4. This is odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9. Okay. And that's going to mean, where's 5? Oh, nearly. Where's 5 in this funny thing? 5 is not in those. It's not there. 5's in one of 2 places. So that corner digit's not 5. Now I don't know what to do again. Oh, okay. No, I know. No, I don't know. No, I don't know. I was about to say. No, so I know that's not a boundary. That's actually true. So if this was 5, that would have to be 2. That is quite interesting. I know that I'm a sad person, but that is true, isn't it? What I'm saying there is that because there's only one boundary between here and here, because these have different parities, and I know that boundary is there, there's no boundary there, so I can't make this add up to 9, or it can't add up to 15, this is too small, but it could add up to 9 if that was 5 and that was 4, so I must not do that. Now if this was 1, there would be one boundary over here, and this would be a 2, and that would be the second boundary, and one boundary within green would mean that there was one domino that added up to 9 or 15. Golly gosh, I don't know. I mean, where do I look now? Has anyone got any clues? Oh, I've got something totally and utterly different. I'm going to do something totally and utterly different. This is even now in column 1. So is this green? And the answer is no, because if it was green, I've got 5 evens in the checkerboarding positions in column 1. So that's purple, and if that's purple, the top row is all purple. And now those checkerboarding positions are all odd. These checkerboarding positions are all even. And that, oh, that's not 5 in the corner. That's all I get. Really? I really want to sort of yin-yang it and say that that's got to be green. I mean, actually, let's bear in mind now that it's not possible for that entire row to be purple, because the checkerboarding would put 5 even digits in those cells. So there is some green up here, and there is some green in there by exactly the same logic. This is a magnificent puzzle. It's magnificent. I don't know how you think of these things. I do not know. But I respect you very much for thinking about them. What? Is there something going on? Hang on. Can that one be? That one is counting. It can't be a 2. Can it? If that's a 2, I mean, it's counting loads of things. Yeah, I mean, this one is counting everything this one is, except this one's then counting everything in that column and possibly that boundary as well, which isn't seen by this arrow. So this is axiomatically greater than that, so that is at least a 4. Yeah, it's something to do, I think, with this one. Because this one is a double arrow in both directions. In other words, what this cell counts is how many boundaries are in existence in that entire column. But that's exactly what the vertical arrow here counts. So this one and the vertical arrow here have the same contribution. Or to put it another way, whatever that digit is, say this was 5, it's contributing 5 to the total of this cell. And then this one is also computing the entire boundary count for the bottom row, whereas this one is counting almost. It doesn't quite count the same thing because that one could be a boundary. I mean, I suppose we should ask, can it be a boundary? Yes, it can. It can be a boundary. Actually, it nearly can't. It nearly can't. The only way that can be a boundary, because it's in the same region, is if it's because we're oscillating parity. It's got to add to 9 or 15. So it's either 2, 7. I'm just looking across the road to see if that's banned for some reason. So it's either 2, 7, or there is no boundary. In which case, if there was no boundary here, this would be the sum of that digit and that digit. Oh, but these could be the same, couldn't they? So what about that one? It's weird because even though I know, unless you actually know the pure parity of a digit, you can't colour it in. So oh, I don't know. I don't know where to look. There's only, I've got 3 even digits in this cage already, so there's only 1 even digit in those cells. So there's 2 even digits in those cells. I don't think that's doing anything. How long have I had? I've nearly had 90 minutes. I've got no extra digits to what I had at the very start. I don't know. I don't know. We don't. I was wondering about my quincunx idea, which I go to periodically. If that was green, we don't quite get a quincunx because there's not enough even digits to. We get odd digits in those cells. Is that bad or good? That's not very good, actually. Okay, I've got that digit is not 2. I don't think it is 2. By sort of parity, that's quite pretty. If this is a 2, we can see from the shading it's got to be green. And now, in this cage, the odd digits are in that cross of the cage. And from a parity perspective, anything orthogonally adjacent to an even digit, those 2 digits are therefore going to be green. But this one is now going to be purple and can't connect to its friends. That's sick. That's really, really clever. Not of me, I hasten to add, but that is really clever. So this is now, I can now shade this. This is purple. And it's not 1. It's not 1. Because if that was a 1, I couldn't, the shading's wrong. If that's 1, I'm saying that there's a barrier. Because obviously purple and green must be differentiated by a barrier. There's got to be a barrier in these 2, but there's also got to be a barrier between purple and green here. That's not possible. So this is 3, which means that is not 3. That is not 3. There is Oh, oh, nearly. There is a 3. Remember, there's this extra region here, there. So those 2 digits were ending up down here somewhere. There's a 3 in one of those now. That actually, let's get rid of A now, because we don't need A anymore. We've learnt A is 3, and it must go in one of those 2 squares. That's not 3. Now, that's going to do something. I'm sure it is. I just have to figure out how it works. So, that being 3, what does that mean? There are 4 possible boundaries, 3 of which are now going to be actual boundaries. But however I draw those boundaries, there's only 2 real boundaries between purple and green, and there's going to be one boundary that's either going to go purple purple or green green. And if it goes green green, it's going to supply the last even digit, and if it goes purple purple, it's going to give me another odd digit. But it couldn't. Okay. I'm not sure actually. I'm being dense here. I know I am. I think there's some way we're meant to know. I mean, it's either that, isn't it? Or it's that. Now, which of those feels less likely? I have not got a clue. And the thing is, even if it's that, you don't know the colour of this, I don't think. So if this was green, actually you would know the colour of this. In that very specific instance, you would know the colour of this, because it couldn't be green. Because to be green, that domino, which has a boundary, would need to add up to 9 or 15, so this would be a 5, so that's not going to work. So if we are in this world, that is definitely pink, which means this is even. Which means there is a boundary there, which is fine, and therefore these 2 squares would have to add up to 9 or 15, so this would be a 6. So this would be a 2-8 pair. That would be a 4. And that would be a... hang on. That's incredibly complicated, but I don't think it works. I'm not even sure it's quite right. Okay, I'm just going to think that through again. I'm actually going to go back. So what I'm saying is that there's in one direction, either west or south, there is a double boundary for this 3 to be complete. If the double boundary is on the west, I thought this couldn't be green. Is that correct? Yes. So it would be purple. Now, there is a boundary, because we're saying this is where the double boundary is, that cannot add up to 15. So this does have to be a 6, not an F, a 6. Now, if this is a 6, that is 2, 8. Oh no, hang on, I was getting confused. This works, doesn't it? Ah, bobbins. That's a bad thing that it works. I thought it didn't work because I was confusing these two things. But I think it does work. If that's 2, 8, that's 4. That's 6. That's 3. That's 3. Oh. There might be a reason this doesn't work, but I don't know what it is. That's okay. Both of those digits are odd, so that's green, and that's purple, which would be interesting. Oh no! Oh, good grief! Okay, this is horrific. This is horrific. Right. Right. I don't think I actually have to look at all this stuff. I think I look at this box, don't I? Wow. Okay. And again, I'm not sure this is right, but what I saw happening here, which I didn't think could be correct, is that the green region was being divided. And if the green region, i.e. Yeah, the green region is connecting. And let me show you. I think what happens if we do this is that the green region connects to the real division of the grid. So imagine that you've got the grid. You've got a division of the grid that's the real division. Now, what we can't have within, let's say, the bottom region is entirely green. It's not possible within that green region for a line to hit the genuine boundary to subdivide that green region, is it? Because that would be a third region of the puzzle. And I think I just saw that that's developing here, but I might be wrong. So what I've seen is that if this is 6, these are 4 evens. So these are both definitely odd, which means I can definitely colour them. That one, if it's odd, is purple. That one, if it's odd, is green. So we're in this world. And if I draw the boundary in, what I'm claiming here, continue the boundary there. The boundary that depicts or delineates green from purple is the real boundary. Yeah? Now this cell, this division here, is not supposed to be the real boundary, but it is absolutely dividing the green region. Because remember, this purple boundary is somehow going to join up with this, and then it's somehow going to do something like that at some point. And I mean, that's quite a good way of you seeing what the problem is. This area here is entirely fenced in by purple and this line. That's not possible. That's 3 regions. So actually, I mean, it's still complicated, but I now think those two, I mean, it's not even a massive advance, but it's something. This is 2 boundaries. Now, of course, I now don't know what this is, what colour this is, but I'm going to think about it. If this was green, it would be odd. And if it's purple, it would be Eve. Oh, okay, let's think about that. If it's purple again, because that's what caused the problem last time, then if this is purple, this is even. So these are both odd. So that's green and that's purple. And are we in the same... We're in the same problem again. It's so clever. It's completely weird and wonderful, but we're in the same world. Look. Boom. Oh, well, and then boom. And that supposedly fictitious boundary has become the real boundary again. So this doesn't work either. So now I'm going to claim that is green. Now that's worse, because now there's not as much tension on odd digits in this box. I've had, so this is one of each parity. But okay, can I do the same trick then? I must be able to do the same trick. Because yeah, okay, I think in this box I've got one of each parity into these two squares. Now if I'm going to double purple these, because if the parity will be such then that either these are both green or they're both purple. Now if they were both purple, then this boundary again is a problem. So these must both be green, and that's going to sort out the order. So this is now 2, 6 or 8, and this is odd, and it's 1, 7 or 9, and we can draw this in. Now what we mustn't do is that must not be a boundary, because otherwise green is getting divided again. Because this is the real boundary. This is the king of all boundaries, what's bounding this 3. Now, what can we do with that? I haven't got a clue. You see, it's not the same there. That could be a boundary. Because it couldn't be if that went to the edge, but it doesn't necessarily go to the edge. So what to do? What should we do then? I don't know. I'm so sorry. I suspect it's something to do with this whole run of arrows in the bottom row. Or is it column 1? Do I somehow know how to shade more of that? Because I've done quite a lot of the perimeter. I have got 4... yeah, I haven't really thought about this. I've got 4 boundaries to put in up here. But I've got 4 boundaries to put in. But I don't really know. I don't know what colours those boundaries sit in. There's one real boundary in column 1, you know, that's going to eventually attach to this boundary. And then there's going to be 3 more boundaries that, well, what are they going to be? They're going to have to be sort of 9s and 15s, aren't they? Which actually is not even remotely restricted. I don't know. I'm not sure. So, if I know... Okay, let's try the bottom row again then. So if this is either 3, 4 or 1, 2. If, no. Well, if it's 1, 2, that's a 2. And the 2 will join up with 7 in one of those to create a boundary, which couldn't be here, because that can't be a boundary. So there's going to be a 7 in one of those. So if this was 2, either that's a boundary or that's a boundary. 2. difference between this one... we don't know. We don't know, because if that's a 2, that could be a 7, I think. If that's a 3 and that's a 4, that doesn't tell us anything more about even digits in this region, I don't think, because 4's already been placed. 3, 4. It would place 5 in the row, because if this 3 and this is 4, this couldn't be 5, because that would create a boundary here, and we know there's only one boundary between those two cells. So if that's 3 and that's 4, that's 5. 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I think that does make it difficult to put enough boundaries in the bottom row. 1. If that's 3. It's nearly very difficult, but I don't think it's quite difficult enough, unfortunately. 3, 4, 5. I think you can only just do it, but the fact that you can do it makes me think it's correct. 3, 4, 5 there. I think you can do it, but only if that's a 6. So 3, 4. There wouldn't be a boundary there, so the difference between this and this is this. So 6, 4. This would be a 2. Is that difficult? Or oh, then we would know its colour. We would know its colour. It would be green. And that would be a boundary. Oh, if that's a 6, actually, that would be a 6. That's quite interesting. This would be 2, 8. I think I can't quite see whether there's a problem or not. It certainly forces a lot of things. I'll be accused of bifurcation if I look ahead. I'll try and think more about this in my head, because I think you can basically almost get this row done. Because what I'm noticing is if this is 3 and this is 4, I've got to put 3 boundaries into this row. Now, this is 5. If this goes 3, 4, because this can't be 5 because that would be a boundary, that's 5. So it goes 3, 4, 5. Now, this 5 is an interesting creature, because 5 in a domino, this can't be 4 now, so this 5 is not party to any boundaries. So how do we get 3 boundaries in? Now, I think you can do it, but you have to do it very carefully. You've got to put a boundary here between the 3 and this digit, so that's why this becomes a 6 in order to make 9. So 3 and 6 come into play. That's going to put 6 here in box, whatever we call this, box 7. Now, I've still got 2 boundaries to put in. The 5 can't be party to a boundary, so both of these are now boundaries. And I've got to be a bit careful there. Like, where's the 9 then in this box? If there's a vertical boundary here and a vertical boundary here, and this is a 6, I can't pen anything in. So this can't be 9. I can't connect this real boundary to this fictitious boundary. So this can't be 9. So that... there's nowhere. Oh, I've done it. Right, I now can see, I think. You can't put 9 into box 7. Oh, this is vicious. This is absolutely vicious. Right, I think if this is right as well, I will actually be relatively proud. That's a terrible thing to say. I won't be proud. I will be relieved. Look, I think if this is 3 and this is 4, this has to be 5. Now, so I'm saying that the boundaries now in the bottom row, I'm going to put this in because I think I've seen it, have to be there. The 5 can't be next to 4 here because this is a 4. So the only way this works is 6 here by Sudoku. Now the 6 is going to attach to a 9 because of when. I mean, it has to. Remember, 6 and 9, 15. Now, where can we put the 9? We can't put it here because that's going to connect the fictitious boundary to the real boundary. We can't put it here because now we have got a real boundary down here, so it can't go there. And if we put it there, we just cap off. There's a little one-cell region within green here. That cannot be true. So oh, it's so clever now. Once you see it, it's like, whoa. That's really beautiful. Right, so this is 1. This is 2. So this is 2. We've got to be careful with 7 now here. 6, 8. This is 4. This is not 1. This is not 1. This is not 1. This is not 7, because that would create a boundary which we're not allowed anymore. This is not 1. Okay, so there's only one boundary now. That's a lot less. That's a lot less crucial. Okay, there's only one boundary, but that boundary will be here. That's quite cool. Yeah, I don't know where, and I don't know what numbers it will involve, but it will be there because whatever this is, let's make it 7. It will therefore be next to an 8 on one side, making a 15 domino. If this is 9 on the other hand, it will be next to a 6 on one side, making a 15 domino. So the boundary is either there or there, and that's the only boundary. So that is not a boundary. That is not a boundary. Obviously, that is not a boundary. So that can't be 5 because it would create a boundary. So the 5 is there now, according to our pencil marks. Oh, I don't know. We might be able to do better than that. How do we do this then? 1 in row 8 is either there or there. If it's there, that's a 1. What a puzzle. What a puzzle. I'm nearly 2 hours in. I've got some more digits than I had last time. Still don't know. I still don't know what this digit is. It depends on this boundary, which could still be 7, I think. 4. Oh no, that's not a good question. I'm not sure then. Okay, so maybe I do Sudoku or something, do I? I suppose that's not 4 anymore. That's not 5. That's not 2. That's not 2. Oh goodness, I don't know. I haven't got a clue. Okay, if that's a 7, that would be a boundary which is illegal. So that is not 7. So 7 is in one of 2 places. This is 1 or 9. And I think whatever it is, it's It's not creating anything unpleasant there, I think. So, now, if this, on the other hand, if that was a 7, it would create that boundary. And then I would have to be very careful, because the boundary in this row would then have to be here, not here, because that's going to connect this to a fictitious boundary. I apologise if this is obvious to everybody. I could well believe it. I'm not sure where to look, to be honest. What do we think we look for now? Don't know. Don't know. Is this in any way obvious? It probably is. There's probably... I don't know though. I'm not sure. I mean, what I can... maybe I've got to do this. I mean, 5 can't, with 6 or 8, make a naughty domino. That can't be a naughty domino. If we went 1... well, if we went 1, 9, 7, that would be a line. Would we care? I mean, the 7 will create a domino there or there. So this would have to get out, which I've already sort of annotated with this X here. But the only problem... no, I suppose there is a 7, 8 possibility that would be bad. Oh, 7, 8 would be bad there. Because if that's 7, 8, that would be 6, 9, and that would create 2 boundaries. So if that's 7, that has to be 6. And then 6, I see, and there would be a boundary here between a 9 and a 6. And that doesn't work, because then 7 is here and I've connected the world in a very unpleasant way. Oh, so is this the problem? 9 here is a problem. 9, 1, 7. If you go 9, 1, 7, so this is the 9, 7 pair is what I'm claiming, with this being 9. No, because that... I'm not sure. It's actually really complicated. It's really complicated. But I did think I saw a problem. Where did I get the problem? Was it having 7 here? Seven here forces 7 here. Yeah, the 7 here is definitely wrong. Let me show you why. If that's 7 here, this is 7 by Sudoku. So there is a boundary now here. And remember, we must not now have a boundary here, but we will have one. Because either this is 7, 8, which will create a boundary, so this must be 6, and this is 9 by Sudoku, and there will be a boundary there, because 9 and 6 add up to 15. And we have then delineated again, we've connected, we've disconnected green and connected it to the true boundary. It's very complicated, but what that means is that this isn't 7, and that might not be the most brilliant deduction ever, unfortunately. Okay. How do we do this then? If I don't know. I really don't know. Is this meant to be obvious? It can't be obvious. That would be the most hideous conclusion. It would be a hideous conclusion. 4. I mean, okay. Let's think about this cell. Because if this is not a boundary, then that is a 2, and we would shade it green. But if, on the other hand, that is a boundary, that's a 1. Because that 4 is seeing 3 boundaries in its row. So that would be a 1. And then it would be purple, so it would be the opposite. So that is really restricted, actually. Unfortunately, I don't know its colour. And it all depends on whether or not, very specifically, that is a... that is not a 7. Boom! Wow, okay, this is not a 7 by the law of leftovers. Those 3 digits go in those 3 squares. 2 of them are odd. Oh, this is beautiful. 2 of these are odd. So how do we fit 2 odds in there? That has to be odd. So this is a 4. Oh, that's gorgeous. Wow. Okay, so this is 1, 3, or 9. Because it's one of those, and that is 1, 3, or 9, and apparently that one can't be. So this is not 7 now, so there is no boundary here, because 2 can't pair up with 7 anymore, and 2 doesn't pair up with 13 in this square, so that square is 2. 2 makes it green. 2 makes it green. Right, okay. This is so clever, this puzzle. It's ridiculous. I've got tears in my eyes. It's so clever. Because now look at this column. What can we say about this column? Well, one thing we can say is that there can't possibly be any purples in there. Because, look to the north. To the north, we don't just have the wall. We have the fact that there must be a boundary delineating green from purple. So there's at least one boundary in those 2 boundaries there. So there can be one boundary and no more in all these boundaries. So imagine I made that purple. Well, now, to disconnect this purple from this green, there'll be a boundary. And to disconnect this purple from this green, there'll be a boundary. That's 2 boundaries. Plus the boundary up there is 3 boundaries. That's too many boundaries. So all of those are green. And now I get the thingy on this one. I want it to... Oh, no. In my brain, I wanted it to be even because there was only one even number. And then I realised if it was even, the puzzle would break. That's not a good idea. So this is 1 or 3. And that has got the correct parity. That's really annoying. If... Oh, I don't know. Look, I've got a 3-9 pair in the bottom row. That is a 7. So I've got a new boundary here. And whatever this is not it's not going to create a boundary because 11 or 3 are prime, aren't they? Right. So what, if anything, does that mean? I don't know, unfortunately. Not really sure how to think about this. There's probably one way round that the 6 and 8 give a problem. Whichever one of these is 8 is creating a boundary with the 7 because it'll add up to 15. So if that was 8, this would have to get out 7, 6, 5, 2. So, and it would, I think. Oh, all right. Here's a very... No, this is a good point. This is a good point. Whichever of these is a boundary, it is connecting this boundary where my cursor's moving to the edge. And therefore this cannot attach to this true boundary, or we will have two regions within green. And that means that this cell, that cannot be a boundary, because then whichever boundary of this I draw is connecting the purple, the true boundary between purple and green, to a fictitious boundary that shouldn't exist by the rules. So this is an X, which means, of course, that this is now definitely green, and is, oh, not that green, that's a horrible green in the context of this puzzle. So this is 6 or 8, because it's got to be even now. This, oh look, I can oddify all of these. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So the, oh look. Sorry, look, this is all very doable stuff. That's a 6, 8 pair. All of the even numbers have gone in the column. So I know the colouring of that one. If that, well, if it was purple, it would be even by parity. So it's green. And there's the boundary and the north side, exactly there. Which means this is odd. And I don't know what that means, but it's very exciting. Boom, boom. Now look at column 5, where I have got this little panoply of things. If this is 1, it's connecting to an 8 on one side. Well, that's a boundary. Add up to 9. If this is 3, it's connecting to a 6 on one side. That creates a boundary. So there is one boundary between these two boundaries, and there's one boundary there. So everything else in this column is not a boundary. Now that might not be brilliant, but it does get rid of 7 here. It gets rid of 7 here. It gets rid of 5 here. Oh, that's so underwhelming. Good grief. Okay, sorry. I thought I was very excited about that. I thought that really might make us kings, but it didn't. That purple's got to get to the purple up there now. There's sort of a wall of green that's making the grid a bit more complicated. So, oh, I see. That's interesting. Oh, this is an interest. I hadn't noticed this at all before. This has probably been available for ages. But look, if that's a 6, it doesn't matter what it connects to there. 6 plus 3 is 9. 6 plus 9 is 15. Either of those is an illegal boundary. So this is 8. This is 6. And now the boundary is there. So there is no boundary. That's all fine. I think it's still working. So again, I don't know if this is a problem, but if that was a 6, that would be a boundary. But if it's 8, then I don't think we know. I've got a 3-9 pair in the bottom. I've got a chance of a 3 in the corner. This square is not a 1 by Sudoku. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, that's fine. 2 is not there. Wow. I mean, there's a lot of... Isn't it incredible, actually? Just pause at this juncture and go, okay. I mean, I've done some things in the puzzle in my 2 hours, 10 minutes, but I have not. I've got very few arrows left to use. Like, really very few. I've got that one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's now... Okay, that is 1, 3, 4 or 5 now. It can't be 2 by Sudoku, and it can no longer be 6 because that can't be a boundary. So it's I nearly know it's parity, actually. If it's not 4, then it's odd, which is going to make it purple. Yeah, purple if it's odd. We had those weird extra regions earlier, didn't we? Where do they live? There's one here. Yes, okay. Where's 2? Well, in that region, which must be a region because there's one 9-cell region there, one 9-cell region there, and there's another one here. So the 2 in this region has been placed, and that is not a 2. So now there is a 2 there in the top row. Just simple as that. Sudoku, of all things. Outrageous in a Sudoku puzzle to be made to do Sudoku. 2, no, nearly. 2 in that region is in one of those. Two in that region is in one of those 2 places by Sudoku. And both of those places would be correct for purple. So there's either purple there or purple there for sure. That's not a 2. That's in the same region as this one. 2 in this column is in one of those 2 squares. Two. There is a 2 in that region. God, Bennett. Right. Okay. Where I've discovered a swordfish, I think. Yeah. Where? Okay, so the question I want to ask is, where is 2 in column 4? That's the question I want to ask. Now, within this, remember in these 3 columns, we had this region, and this region. So there is a 2 somewhere in there. I don't know where it goes, but it's definitely in one of those positions. Now, I've got a 2 labelled in one of those 3 positions. And I've got a 2 in column 9 in one of those 2 positions. And this is called a swordfish pattern, because if we think about those 3 things together, the cells I've highlighted there, I just change their colour for a second. Those cells, how many 2s are in those cells altogether? And if you said 3 2s, well done, that's correct. There are 3 2s in those cells, because there's 1 2 in there, 1 2 in there, and 1 2 in there. So I'm going to ask you a different question now. How many 2s do you think there are in the correct solution of this puzzle in this row? Well, by the rules of Sudoku, there will be 1 2, won't there, in that row? What about that row? 1 2. This row, 1 2. So altogether in these 3 rows, How many 2s are we expecting there to be in the correct puzzle? Correctly completed puzzle. The answer is 3 2s. But we've just said there are 3 2s in the black cells. So there can't be any other 2s in these rows. Those cells in particular can't contain a 2 because it would be a 4th 2 in 3 rows of the puzzle. So where is 2 in this column? It's not there. I've got a 2 in one of those, so it's not here. It's not there. We've just said it's not in there. It's not there, so it's there. That is a 2 by swordfish logic at 2 hours 15 minutes into the IcyFruit. That is not green. That is purple because of its parity. Now, what does that do? I don't have a Scooby-Doo. I tell you what, it's not an easy puzzle, this, because even, I mean, it took me about an hour, didn't it, to have even a sensible thought about it. And then it's taken me an hour and a quarter to do anything digit-wise. And now I'm just here, and I don't know what to do. I don't really know where to look. Sorry, if there is something obvious, I do apologise. I would like to know where the obvious stuff is, but I don't. I've still got to put lots of barriers into column 1. Oh, for goodness sake. Right, I know the colour of this digit. Yeah, what's this digit? It's not purple. Because if it was purple, this would be even, this would be even, and this would be even by parity. And I'd have 5 even digits in the column. So that's green, and I might be able to do more like that. Right, so this is 1, 3, 7 or 9, I think, which is a bit weird. Okay, what about that one? If that's purple, it doesn't quite work. If that's purple, you get 3 odds. Oh no, that would be correct. Oh, bobbins. What about if that's green? What about if... Hang on, can we get too many evens in the column if we... No, I mean, if that was 2 and that was green, it wouldn't work. No, that wouldn't work. I was just trying to think about 2 in this region, which has become very, very slightly more restricted now. No, okay, sorry. Well, it was I suppose it's an advance. Now, so where should we look next? We should turn our attention, of course, to the digit. I haven't got Scooby-Doo. Is there a point around... I mean, if that was not 7, then 7 in the column would go there. That would be a boundary. Of course. Of course. Right. Oh, this actually isn't going to do me much good. But anyway, it's something. I can't... This, don't forget, this is the true boundary. This is the true boundary. We mustn't, therefore, just draw a willy-nilly line there, because that's going to disconnect purple from itself. So, I mean, actually, it's very clear to see that. Imagine I did do that. The left side of purple has no way of getting to the right side of purple, so that's clearly wrong. So this is not 7, because that would make a 9 domino. And now 7 in this column is there. Now that's actually worse than I was hoping, because I was thinking if this was 3 or 9, it might put pressure on that being a 6. But maybe we can still do something with this. Does this help us? Yes, it does help us, doesn't it? Because this domino is not supposed to be a barrier. Because we know that either this is a barrier or that's a barrier. So that is not supposed to be a barrier. So that needs to be 6. So this is 8. Now what does that do? I don't know. I don't know what it does. It does something, probably. So whatever this is, if it's 1, it's going to be referring to just the solitary time that green and purple meet in the row. If it's 3, then of the 4 boundaries, 3 are going to be delineated. I don't know what that means. Goodness, I'm not sure then. Okay. I'm going to be careful with that boundary, because that could be 1, 8 or 9, 6, both of which would be bad things for them to be. Because they would connect this green boundary to the real boundary. I mean, it's very interesting how hard this puzzle still is. It's really tremendously hard. I don't know, again, I don't know where to look. I'm not... Is there a way of disproving 4 here? Would that really be helpful to know the parity of this? It would make it purple if this wasn't 4. If this was 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 of the 5 boundaries would be delineated. And this column has to have a lot of boundaries. Oh, okay, I've got rid of 1 boundary that I was previously thinking, yeah, that can't be a boundary, because this can't be 5. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yes, okay, this column, there are 5 boundaries, 4 of which have to be... There are 5 potential boundaries, 4 of which have to be actual boundaries. So, there's one actual boundary between purple and green. That's true. So there've got to be 3 boundaries that are within their own colour. Now, how are we going to do that? Because we've not got the possibility of 6, 9. That doesn't exist because of the 6 in the corner. We don't have the possibility of 6, 3. We don't have the possibility of 4, 5. So we have one possibility which would be 7, 8 for a 15 total. So that can create one boundary. And then you can have 1, 8 and 2, 7 as the other possible boundaries. And that's the 3 boundaries. Okay, so we must have that. So it's very constrained actually here now. That's really weird. So I've got to have a set. Okay. So if right, this is beautiful again. If I've got to have 7, 8 as a boundary, and I'm claiming I do because I think I've only got 3 boundaries in this column. Let me just sketch them in. I've got 7, 8, 2, 7 somewhere, and 1, 8, and they all have to appear. But this, you can see that therefore the 7, 8 is going to sit in the middle of the bound, because there's going to be a 2, 7, in some order the boundary is going to go 2, 7, 8, 1, or 1, 8, 7, 2 is how this is going to go. That string of digits has to be in this column. 1, 8, 7, 2. So that can't be a 1, because if that's a 1, that would be an 8, that would be a 7, that would be a 2, and that would clash all over the place. So that's wrong. Now what about if that's a 1? 1, 8, 7, 2. 1, 8, 7, 2. So this would be a 3, 9 pair. Okay, so that's where the actual boundary would be. One, 8, 7, 2. What does that mean? I mean, it would mean a lot of things. It would be very, very transformational is the wrong word, but it would force a lot of things. It really would. 8, 7, 2. It would give us all the even digits in box 1 is what it would do. I think I might be wrong about this. I think the whole of box 1 would be purple. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but I just think that's what would happen. Is there a problem with that for some reason? I don't know. I don't know. What could we do with that knowledge? Is there anything clever to be done? I'm desperately looking around trying to figure it out. I know I'm failing. I feel a failure. Thing is, this could be right. It's just the only reason I'm concentrating on it is I can see it does lots of things. 1, 8, 7, 2. So 1, 8. You always have to be a bit careful because you've got to get everything out. One, 8, 7, 2. Oh, so it would do a lot for 2s as well. Actually, it would fill in a lot of 2s. It would. I don't think it would give me the colour of this one. Although it might do in a way I'm not appreciating. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I can visualize a lot of things as a result of that. Now, the alternative, of course, is that this is not the one. So the one would be in one of those. Oh, see, that would be... Oh, no. Nah. No, that's bad. Well, it's not bad. It's just you can't do as much with it. Because the 1872 could go 1872 or 1872. And I think either order seems to be possible. Here is a point that I hadn't thought about at all. The 1872 string in column 1 is all within the same colour. Right, so that means that even if it does start here, it will go 1872, those three are in the same colour. Actually, it would be purple. But if it started there, and it went, well, it would depend. If it went 1872, it would be purple again. But if it started there, 1872, it would be green. But the point is that those three are definitely the same colour as each other. And, right, now, hang on. If this was 1872, there would be barriers. There'd be barriers between all of the middle cells. If this was not, if the 1872 was there, there would be barriers between these. Yeah, okay, so I think there's always a barrier here and a barrier here. Because this red string, one way or other, is part of the 1872, and we know every single boundary within the 1872 string is delineated from each other. Every single boundary matters. So that means this digit is red, because if it wasn't, that cell would be isolated in its own mire. It would be a pigsty in a beautiful landscape. A red pond of putrescence. Putrefaction. So I think this is going to end up being purple now. So if this was purple, what is that? That's even. Which would be 4, 6, or 8. So interestingly now, okay, if the 1872 live in those 4 squares, then that one has to get out and we'll bump into this. So this would also be red. But could be either colour, because we don't... I think red, depending on whether the 1872 went up or down, it could be either colour, I think. I mean, if this is 1872, 39 here, 39 here. Oh, actually, hang on, that's a good point. The 1872 is living in those squares, so that's definitely not 7. I mean, I'm very happy to take even the tiniest wins in this puzzle. It's almost something like where's 8 in the column, isn't it? I mean, because if the 8 is up here, then the 8 in that region gets really difficult to place. It would have to be there, which would make it green. But if the 8 is not there, it's going to be in one of those 2, and then there's going to be an 8 in one of those 3. And that probably takes all the pressure off it. Okay, let's have a look. 1872. Is there anything useful that we can say about that? It obviously places 2. It places 2 and 3 in box 1. It gives us a 4-6 pair. I mean, it does incredible things. Oh, it would make. Oh, okay. Okay, I've got a different point then. It makes. It's just a bit hard to see, but not terrible. If this is 1872, the point is this has to, because this is red, this is even. The 2 has to go there by pencil marking. So we've got 3 even digits, and these are a 2-8. So these are a 4-6, looking at this, which is 1, 3, or 5. So this would be the correct parity for red. But we worked out before that if we're instead in a world where this is the 1872, there's actually a wall between these. So this is red again. So this is always red, not Radagast. It's not Radagast Brown. It's Readything the Red. Now, Readything the Red, does that matter? That we know this is Readything the Red? It's really powerful if that's 4-6. That becomes 1, 3, 5. But, okay, if this is 4, what does that mean? That might be challenging, because that can't be a boundary then, because this can't be 5. If this is 4, this can't be 5. So the boundaries all come in this column, and there would be 4 of them. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they'd all be boundaries. Right, well, let's look at that. So what I'm saying is if that's a 4, you've got to boundarify all of those cells. Which may or may not be possible. I'm not sure. Okay, if it's 4, then what are we saying in other words? I suppose we're saying we'd know the parity of this, wouldn't we? Because 4 is on the same, so these would all be green. Now, does that help us to know what's going on? It probably does somehow. So this would be... No, we're not working on the fact that we think this is 1872. We're simply saying we know that this is the same as this, and we're saying if this is 4, then it does turn all of this green. But we still don't know where the 1872 goes. Although, because this is 4, we would know that this is odd. And this can't be 2, so it's not going 1872, so that's the 7 in this variation of the world. And now... Well, now we have to be in this world. So let's just have a quick mull of this and see whether or not there is a problem. I don't know. I don't know. Everything would be green. I mean, it's really complicated, isn't it? You get a 6. I would get in this variation of the world, you would get a 6 in row 1, column 2. It's seeing 4, it's seeing 8. Do we care? Actually, we might do. That would put 9 in the... Oh, it doesn't work. Oh my goodness me. Good, right. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Okay, I can see it doesn't work, but it's super complicated. Right, and I don't actually know it's going to do very much, but I think I can now prove the colour of this, because let me explain. 4, 8 looking at this makes this 6. Now, if this is 6, the crucial thing is the nature of this digit, which now in this world is 3 or 9. Now we've learned earlier in the puzzle that 3 and 9 attaching to 6 always creates a boundary. But look, there's a boundary here. And because this cell is 3 or 9, there's now a boundary there. And we've divided purple up in an unpleasant way. So this is wrong. This is wrong. So I'm now going to say that this is 1, 3 or 5. Now that means that now it's purple, isn't it? Or am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. It's purple, I think. That's purple. So this is now even, which is 2 or 8. So this is even, which is 2 or 8. So this is even, which is 4, 6 or 8. But can we now do our 1, 8, 7, 2 nonsense? Yes. No. No, we can't. It's still got options, I think. I think the 1 could still be here. 1, 8, 7, 2, or there, 1, 8, 7, 2. But I suppose that's always 7. That is true. So this is never 8, because it'll whoopsie, because it will pen in this 7. Okay, so that's still a win for the goodies. We're definitely saying that's a win for the goodies. 7 in this row. Ah, okay, here's something. Do you remember this region? That's got to have a 7 in it. Where's it going? There is the answer. So that is purple. Gosh, I mean, imagine that was green. It's got to come all the way out. I mean, we know this is odd. So we know that that's purple, and we know that that's a boundary. So let's fill this in. 1, 3 or 9. And let's keep thinking. See, that there could be a boundary here if this is 8, 1. So if... Wow, I don't know. That would be 4, 6 again. Do I have to keep... No, I have to be less careful now. Because the way that this is all breaking down, it's all a bit different. I'm sorry, I'm now feeling very thick. Oh dear. I mean, this... Okay. Come on, try and focus. You've only been looking at this for 2 hours 45 minutes. Yes, your hamstrings might be cramping, but that's nothing. That's nothing, man. Get on with it. Do it. Finish the puzzle. How do we finish it? There's a 7 in one of those. Do we care? We might do. we could... I don't know. It must... I think it's the 1872 in the first column. I do think it is that. I just don't know how to work it out. I don't have a strong view. Maybe if this was 1 and then this was 8, that 8 has to get out now because there's a barrier here. So this couldn't be 1. So this would be 3 or 5. Could that really be 5 then? 1? No. No, it can't. Can it be 5 if that's 1? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe it could be 5 if this is a boundary. But for that to be a boundary, this can't be a 5. Yeah, if this is 5, that's never a boundary because it can never add up to 9 or 15. So that is never 5. Aha! So that's 1 or 3. Oh! Okay, I've got a little... It's the most minute point, but I'm going to make it. That, remember that region? That is a region of the puzzle. And within that region, I've now got a 139 triple. The 9 of which is in one of those squares. So that corner digit is not a 9, it's 1 or 3. This is a 139 triple. What do we think this is? Do we expect it to be 1 or do we expect it to be 3? If it's 1, it's useful. Oh, it can't. No, it's not 1. It's not 1. There's a boundary here. That's 1. And there must be a boundary between purple and green. So that's 3. Aha. Come on. This is 9. Remember, this is an extra region. So that's 9. That's 1. That's 3 in the corner. That's 3 in the spotlight losing its religion. Okay, I don't know if that does any more than that, but it was tremendously exciting, he says. Okay. This is not 3. No, what was I about to say? It's not right. Oh dear. Okay, so hang on. Can we do... Ah! Now my 1872 is determined. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. So now... Let's just double check. They've got 4 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful. There isn't a boundary there. That's beautiful. It works. Now, that now has to be purple. Because otherwise it would be a true boundary and it would create an extra purple region. So this is even and it's 4, 6 or 8. Now that's lovely. That's a 4, 6, 8 triple with a 2. These are both odd. Now that's going to allow us to... first thing I'm going to do, by the way, is just fill them in. And then I'm going to try and understand what colours they are. That is purple. This is also purple. Well, surely that can't be green. You can't do that, can you? Please. You can't do that. No, you can't do that. You can't have a checkerboard. I was going mad for a moment. You can't. You can't. Let me explain that very simply. If you had a checkerboard in this puzzle, how are you going to attach this domino to the rest of its friends? So obviously this purple has to get out. It's going to have to come up and attach to its friends. And that's going to isolate this green as a green pool of murky nonsenses. And there aren't any green pools of murky nonsenses in the puzzle. So that's definitely purple. Now we need to focus. This can't be 8. I did it by noting that would make a 9 pair, but it can't be 8 by Sudoku. This can't be a 1. I mean, okay, that can't be an 8. There could be stuff going on to do with Sudoku, couldn't there? It's not impossible. Is that doing anything? This square is in this region, don't forget. So that square is not, that's odd, so it's just 5 or 7. So it's just 5, in fact. It sees 7 in the column. That's a 4-6 pair, so that's 8 apparently. Does this matter? I've got to make sure that I've got enough boundaries in this column for this to work. So how are we getting to 3 boundaries? There's 1 there. That's oh look, actually I should put both of those boundaries in. I've got 1. I need 3. How do I do that? No, I've got 2. Oh, thank goodness for that. I was like, I can't do it. Oh no, it's ambiguous as well. I can do it either. Oh, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If that's a 4, it makes a boundary with a 5, and that would be a boundary. If it's a 6, it makes a boundary with a 3, and that would be a boundary. At least the number's probably correct, because it does work. Right, okay, I think what we should do is some due diligence on boundaries. So let's really look at dominoes and see whether or not... Oh, see, that one could be. That one could be. 7 with 4 or 6 can't be. 4 or 6 with 1... Oh, 4, 6... Well, it couldn't be 6, 9. Yeah, that needs to be an open boundary, and so does that, to allow purple to be contiguous and continuous. Oh, no, I was about to say something that was totally not true. I was about to look at this and go, that 9's in the same region as that, but it's not. Okay. Oh dear. Right. So what do we do now? I have not got a clue. This could be a bad boundary. That could be a 9-6, which would be a bad boundary. That could be a 6-3, which would be a bad boundary. This is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. How can it still be so difficult? It could be like mad things like Sudoku now, couldn't it? That's not a 2. We do... Oh no, that's not a good question. Oh, that's definitely purple, so I can parity shade it. Well, it is parity shaded. It's 2. It's 2, 4, or 6. It can't be 8 because that's an extra region. So I don't know where to look. I'm feeling very dense again. Go through these long moments on the puzzle where I'm just completely baffled as to what to do next. Is there some logic that is going to help us here? If that's... Oh, we'll go 8, 1, 9. That would be a barrier. 8, 4. Is there some way I can... I've got all of these digits in the bottom of the grid that don't seem to want to resolve. It's very, very annoying. I don't know. Okay, what are these digits? Let's resort to Sudoku. They are 4, 6 for the evens, and for the odds 1, 5 and 9. Oh, that's horrendous. Can I get rid of anything? I just haven't done enough good Sudoku, have I, to really help me? If that was green, green would have to get out. What colour would it be? It would be odd. So that would be even. So that would be a 4, 6 pair. So green, green, that would be a 2. 4, 6, 2. These would both be odd. That doesn't work. Okay, I see. Yeah, so perhaps this is the area I need to look at actually, rather than this. Okay, so we're going to look at these squares. Oh, I almost had a sensible thought, but then it deserted me. Right, these squares are from 2, 4, 6 and 7 by Sudoku, I think. So the thing I'm noticing there is only one of these digits is odd. So from this column's perspective, hang on. I've got odd here, 1 odd there, that's 3 odds. So I know I've got 2 odds in here. But that's what I just said I sort of thought there was an issue with that. Now I don't think there is at all. This is 4 or 6, so there's definitely 2 and 7 in that string of digits. Does that help us? It might do somehow. I don't know how. Goodness me, this is such a difficult puzzle. Honestly, I think if you had the right thoughts, I mean, actually, let's think about that. Imagine you had the right thoughts in the right order instantly. It would still take. There's so much logic in this that it would still take hours and hours. I think 3 hours. I'm nearly at now. I don't feel I've made any progress for the last half an hour. Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel very dense. Oh, could we do? Oh, I wonder. Yeah, I see. Okay, here's a tiny point. Those 3 digits have to appear in that extra region, don't they? And that one, therefore, is definitely the same as that one. I'm definitely labelling that. But in turn, that one must be the same as that one. So this digit is odd, and I know it's parity. Oh, it's so clever. When you have the right thought, it's just like, oh, that's beautiful. So that one is purple. Now that must be purple, because if it's green, we've got a big problem. So that is not green. So that is now even. So the 4s and the 6s don't align. And now those 2 digits are the same by Sudoku. Oh, whoopsie. I wanted to put a corner marking in there. So A is in one of those cells, as well as being here. Now, okay, we've done all that. Has it helped? What does it do to know this? It does the following. I don't know what it does. I don't know what it does. No, I really don't know. Do I know anything about this column? I know that's not a boundary, that's fine. If that's 1... Oh, that can't be a 1. Oh, hang on, is that right? Is that X I've drawn in there correct? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because actually this 1 or 3 is going to deliver me a boundary down here for the second boundary after that boundary. So that can't be a 1. This is 5 or 9 now. Oh, see, it's nearly good, but it's not good. It's nearly good, but it isn't. I don't know. So I also know, by the way, that those 2 digits are the same. So there must be something up here that's going to help me with this. Have I missed an option or something? If that's a 1, I can see that creates a 1-8 domino, but I don't think that's a problem, is it? I don't know. I'm not sure. Those were the same. I know this is an extra region. Do I know what that is? Don't think so, but I'll think about it for a second or two in case something springs to mind. If that's a 6, that would be a boundary. Maybe there's some weirdity. Let me just think about that. So if that's 6, this is now 4, so that's a boundary. That's 6. Is that doing anything? That's 4, I suppose. Is that doing anything? 4 and 5 will create a boundary. I don't know. Don't think so. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Oh, whoopsie. Okay. I got that beautiful 3 in the corner. It did absolutely diddly squat for me, didn't it? I can sense anybody who in the future might see the 3 hours, 3 minutes. Have I done half of it? Probably. I'm not sure. I feel I've been stuck for ages. Okay, let's think. If there are certain dominoes I have to be careful to avoid here, that is certainly true. But I don't think it's... Oh, look, I can draw a boundary in there. I mean, it's just... I don't think that boundary does anything for me, but I will draw it in. I wonder whether I've missed... I tell you what I might have missed. Have I missed some arrow logic or something from some earlier point in the puzzle? Okay, I've got 2 arrows there. They seem to be fulfilled. So I can't make that a digit that would lead to a crossing. And I can't. Whether that's 3 or 9, it doesn't matter. So that's that one fulfilled. This 4 is seeing 1, 2, 1 in here, 3, and 1 up there, 4. So that is done.
The 4 and the 5 I spent ages on. If I've got those wrong, I will weep into my Hovis. Where are... Oh, this one. But I think I've thought about this one. This will be completed by this one. I suppose what I could do is put an X in there, though. That is a sensible thing to do. I mean, this 3 will connect to a 6, which will lead to a barrier on one side. Yeah, and there's all sorts of small barriers that will be created in what I'll call box 1 by the position of the 5 and whether it links to 4. I mean, and the 6 and whether it links to 9. But they're all barriers that I don't think look awful to me. Oh, I could be wrong, of course. I could easily be wrong, couldn't I? Maybe I've not. If that's a barrier. If that's a... Oh, that's a 6. No, that's still okay. I was wondering about this being a 6, because I could see it would create a naughty barrier below it. It would put that barrier in, which would mean this couldn't be a barrier. But if that's 8, on the other hand, we'd get that barrier, which is getting dangerous. But the 8 doesn't... oh, the 8 couldn't then catch up, so that would be 8, 9 here. And this would be a 1. I mean, that would do things up there. But because this won't be a problem, this string of digits, if that's an 8... Oh, is it some sort of weird Sudoku trick? Golly, I hadn't thought about that. How did the extra region work down here? Those 3 were the same as those 3, weren't they? Which is, I think, true but uninteresting. I'm feeling very, very stupid. I'm so sorry. I'm probably making a complete horlicks of this. I don't mean to. I really don't mean to. 5, 9. What am I missing? If indeed I am missing anything. Who knows? Is it something to do with 8s? I've got quite a lot of 8s in the grid. No, actually I don't really, do I? I've got a few. 3s? I've hardly got any 3s in the grid. Oh, there was that funny extra region as well, wasn't there? Those cells were an extra region. I mean, is it going to be something like, where's 7 in that extra region? Because it can't be here, so there is a 7 in one of those cells. I mean, I can't make that pencil mark, it just makes no sense. That digit is the digit B, apparently. So does B... No, B doesn't quite. B is that one. So B, which is 4 or 6, it does have to find a home in this column, but I think that home could be there. No, I don't like the look of that. Wow. Alright, I'm stuck. Absolutely, completely stuck. So we're going to have to look somewhere else. Where? Where indeed? Is there some logic I've missed somewhere, somehow? Actually, let me just think about that. So it's now 2:39. So, you know, I'm still okay. I think if I got it done in another hour, it could be tonight's video, because my upload speed is so low that it'll take 2 or 3 hours to upload, and it'll take Mavavi at least 2 hours, I would say, to create the video file. So I do need to get a wriggle on, really. It's easier said than done. Oh, I haven't used that one, have I? Is that a sensible place to look? What would we like this to be? Yeah, I mean, this could be important. 3, if this was 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. If it's 1, it's just pointing at the change from green to purple, wherever that might be. But it really doesn't feel very constrained, I don't think. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. If that was 5, that would have to be 6. That would be 6. That would be 5. This would be a 1-9 pair. I don't see any problem with any of this. Okay. Could we say with any degree of certainty? I've got what? Oh, is it something to do with even digits then? Is there some cell or other that sees loads of even digits in this column? I've got a 2, a 6-8, and a 4-6. So, I mean, there are fatuous things we could say. Like, it's not possible for both of those to be purple, because that would put too many evens in the column. So at least one of those that I've just highlighted is green, and therefore odd. But I just don't think that's... Oh, maybe it's not going to be where's 8 in this funny region, is it? That's a little bit restricted, because it's either exactly there or in one of those two. So can that be 8? What would that be? That would be a green 8. Would we care about a green 8 here? Then we get this coming out round there. I'm not sure. I'm actually more stuck now than I felt at the beginning, and I felt completely stuck at the beginning. What do we think we can do? I wish I knew. I really do. Okay, let's look at this box, because I haven't really paid enough attention to this, perhaps. I've got 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 in it, so I need 3, 6, 8, 9 into those squares, I think. Now, can we get rid of anything? I know one of those is a 3. So I don't know. I don't see how to do it. Do I know? Okay, maybe I can do... hang on. Oh, that's not what I was hoping for. That apparently is odd. So I do know the colour of it. It's purple. Don't tell me that's going to do nothing, is it? Has it done anything? Oh no. Does it restrict? Because it... Oh no, I don't think it does. Okay, I mean it's the first advance I've made in a while, but it literally does nothing. Wow, okay. There is an 8 in one of those 3 squares. Goodness me, I just don't know what to do. Oh, it would be such a shame if I can't do this, because I have at least made a little bit of progress on it, haven't I? But it's not good enough. It's not good enough. So, come on. What can we do? Where are we meant to look? If this was... I don't know. Is there some... There's not some funny reason. If that's 3, it would connect to this boundary. But we know that's not a problem, providing it doesn't sort of then go riffing off down there, for example. So I don't think it's enough of a problem. If that's a 6, that would create that boundary, which would mean this was purple. So this would be odd. It would be 1, 3, or 9. This would be a boundary. I don't know. I mean, maybe I've got an error in the puzzle, and I'm trying to solve the unsolvable at this point. I mean, that could have happened. I've tried to be logical. I think I have been, but I'm truly and utterly stuck. I don't... Okay, let's try this. I mean, I know that there's a 3 in one of those cells by Sudoku. Is there any other digit I can play that game with? No, there's an 8 in one of those. That's also a truism. And that's unhelpful. Doesn't seem to resolve anything over here. Okay, we might have to do, it might be necessary, in a puzzle this hard, it might be necessary to do sort of small look-aheads to make progress and understand what's going on. Oh. I've got something. I've got something I haven't got. That is a 1. There's a boundary here. And I was just looking at it then thinking, hang on, how do you know there's a boundary there? That could be a mistake, but it isn't a mistake. There's a 3 looking at it. So that is a 1, and that is a 9. So that is a 1. Oh, oh. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay, this is now a 3-9 pair, reflecting those. Does that matter? Yeah. Oh, it does. Actually, it does. Actually, it really matters. Yeah. Look at that cell. That can't be 8. It would create a boundary that's illegal. It's going to trap in that region. That's a 6. So hang on. So it goes 6, 7. There is a boundary between the 6 and the 3 and the 9. That's forced. Whether it's 3 or 9, it will have a boundary. Oh, no. 6. Boom. 4. That's the A digit. 4. 6. That's the B digit. So that's 6. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm sorry. You've probably been absolutely furious with me for ages. And that was all the comments are going to be, is that I am an absolute doofus. I am a doofus. There is no real comeback on that. But I have got something. I have done something. And if I do solve the puzzle, I'm probably not the world's biggest doofus. Just a slightly large doofus. That's not 8 anymore. Is that okay? Okay, but now there must be all sorts of stuff we can draw in here. We can draw that boundary. We can definitely say those, and there's loads of non-boundaries. 3, 6 is now a boundary, so 6, 5 isn't a boundary. 3, 4 isn't a boundary. Oh dear, I've got a bad feeling this is going to peter out. No! No! I don't know. Oh, okay. Now hang on. There is a point here, isn't there? That's not able to be 5 anymore. That will cut off purple. So that is 1 or 9. But either way, it's not cutting anything off. If that's 9, that will be a boundary there. Okay, what about those squares? Do we know what they are? Do we know anything? We know one of them is an 8, actually. 8's been a digit I looked at a bit earlier on. So if that's 8, it's green, and then that would be odd. That would be double green. Okay, so if that's 8, that's purple, and then that will be odd, and then that will be purple. So it's okay. So those are the same. They're either double green or they're double purple. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. What about? Do we now know any more than we did about column 5? We've got to be careful how many. We knew that there was, whether this is 1 or 3, it's either going to create an 8 domino or a 9 domino, or a 9 domino there, or sorry, a 9 domino or a 9 domino, but it's 8, 1 or 6, 3. So that doesn't seem propitious. Oh, almost had a good idea. I have had a good idea. What colour's that? That is not even. It sees 2, 4, 6 and 8. That is odd. Now I don't know what colour that makes it. Green, I suppose. Okay. So it's green. And it is... It's not 1. It's 3, 5 or 9, I think. Are there any more squares we can play that game with? 2... Yeah, this... Oh, I see. Oh, and look at this column. I've got 2, 4, 6 in it. So that also sees all even digits. So that digit, I think, is going to have to be... It's odd, so it has to be purple. And that is a boundary. Oh. So this is 1, 5, 9. Can we do that with any other cell? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. Ah, that was super exciting for a moment or two, wasn't it? So... Oh, hang on. Hang on. So this is the real boundary, isn't it? Yeah, this is an interesting point. That square, that can't be a boundary. Because if it was a boundary, look what it's doing to purple. It's cutting off a bit of purple from its friends. That's not allowed, so that's an X. Now that's interesting, because that means there's a... It's really interesting. That means there's a 4 on that domino. Because if it's 2, 7, there is a boundary. Whatever, there's a boundary. So there's a 4 on that, and that's a 2. So this is now 4, 7, unboundaried. That's a 2. That's a 2. That's a 2. This is a 6. Oh, that's a 2. So it's on the green bishop's colour. How many 2s have we got? Oh, that didn't work. All of them. All of them is the answer. So do we know what colour this is? If that's green, that's going to do mighty work. How does that be green? If that's green, it's odd. So it would be 7, 4. Then this would have to be even. So that digit would be 8. Ah, that feels wrong. Is that wrong? That would be a boundary. This digit would be 8. It would be purple. So this couldn't be a 1. That would be a boundary. I'm trying to see if there's a problem. There might not be. Don't know. Golly gosh, okay. So the alternative is that that's green, which would make this odd. And then I feel like I've got all my odds in the column. So this would be 8. Yeah, 8 is really restricted in the column now. It's either there or there. Oh, it could be something like... Oh no, it doesn't work. Don't forget, there's this funny extra region here. Ah, aha, no. We're not... Those 3 are the same as those 3. By the law of that sort of weird region that was there. So those 2 digits are now both 9. That's 5. Oh, please do something. Please do something. So, okay, so this square is not 5 or 9. This square is not 9. I've got a 1, 7 pair here. This is 9, so this is 5 now. And this is 3. And this is 1. Oh, come on. This 3, 8 is totally redundant. These squares are 4, 9, and 5. It's still working, you know. It's still working from sort of Sudoku perspective, which is, I mean, it's remarkable. What a puzzle this is. Please, let me be able to solve it. Please. This is not 9. No, there is literally nobody who's going to watch the whole... If this does become a video, nobody's going to see. I could sort of start, just reciting poetry now and talking I probably have been talking gibberish for ages. No one will ever know. If anyone's here at this point of the video and it has become a video, then do drop a comment saying, I was there after 2 hours, 10 minutes of nonsenses. I was there. I know he was still spouting his nonsenses. Right. Come on. Can you imagine trying to create this? Okay. That was really exciting. What did I get from that? I got that this was a 1, so there's not a great deal of change in there. There's one change. I think, you know what I'm going to have to do here? It's against my better nature, but I think I am going to have to start pencil marking a bit more diligently. What do I need in that column? 1, 3, 5, 8, 9. Let's put that in. 1, 3, 5, 8, 9. Now, that's not 9. That is not 1 or 9. So this one is a bit better. 3, 5 or 8, but I don't know its parity, unfortunately. But, no. Oh dear. Okay, that didn't work as an idea. What about this row then? We need... Oh no, that's not 5 actually. Hang on. 3 or 8. That's worth a bit more attention. Oh, nearly. Whereas 1 in the column is nearly good. Still don't know its parity. Alright, let's just have a quick look at the row. We need 3, 4, 7, 8. 8 can't go in those squares. 3, 4, 7 there. So, So how do we do that? What does that mean? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't think I know anyway. There is almost certainly a way I know the order of that, isn't there? I am aware that I'm probably being a bit dense. I think I might be getting tired. I mean, is that acceptable? I suppose it probably is. Sometimes people run nearly 2 marathons in how long this video's been going. Okay, so how do we do this? I don't know. What I think, I presume I know. Oh, hang on, if that's 7, is that interesting to us? It would create a boundary there, wouldn't it? If that's 7, that's a boundary. If that's 4... If that's 4, okay, if that's 7, both of those are... Hang on. That's 7 and that's 4. Both of these are purple. Do I think that's probable, or... I'm not sure. I quite like the idea of that being double green. If that's double green, you see, it gives me this one without me having to work terribly hard for it. But if that's double green, it goes 7 here. Four here. lots of stuff. We'd have to be careful not to... Oh, actually, that's interesting. Let me just have a think about that for a second. Is that okay? Maybe it is, actually. I thought I saw something to do with defending green and purple from hitting each other. I definitely know that would be even up there. That would be 8. It would have to be 8. So that, oh, actually it's really constrained. That would be 8, and that would have to be a 9 beneath it. Oh, hang on, that doesn't work. No, I think I made a mistake there. Oh, that's it. That is... God, I mean, this is brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Right. Okay, but I've seen it, I think. I don't think that this square here is purple. So what I'm saying is, if that's green, then this is obviously purple to connect purple. And now, because purple goes through... This is odd. This has to be even. And by Sudoku, I've got it therefore as 8. Let's just check that's right. I think that is right. But now I've got a real problem with this digit. What's the problem with this digit? Well, here's the problem. Where am I putting 1 in this column? And the answer is there. And that can't be a 1 because it's going to isolate itself. That's it. So it's actually very straightforward once you have the correct thought. Until you do, not so much. Right, so both of those are purple now. And I know the order, which is 4 on top, 7 below. So this is not 7. Oh, I was going to say, where's 7 in this column? I thought I got it. I don't. Okay, but what does this do? What does this do? Okay, so now this is definitely a boundary. There's a 2-7 boundary there that I didn't see. That's not a boundary. That's not a boundary. Whether this is 3 or 8, well, it depends whether it's green or not, doesn't it? 4 or 9 there doesn't create a boundary. That's no boundary. That is a boundary, actually. That's not a boundary. I mean, I'm having to literally do this in order to try and keep track of what's going on. Oh, there's a boundary. That's a new boundary, I think. Okay. So what does this do for us? Your guess is as good as mine. I do not know. Okay, 4 in that region. Oh, and 3. 3 and 4 are in those squares. That's quite interesting. 4 in the extra region. Where is that going? Well, I think it's in one of those cells, which is a little interesting. So, beautiful. Right, here is at last a slightly simpler point. Is that a 4? So I'm looking at the 4 in that extra region. If this is a 4, I am going to claim there is a boundary here between the 4 and the 6. But this is a 3-7 pair now. They are the same parity, so there is a boundary between them. That's 2 boundaries. There are not 2 boundaries. So that is 4. That is not 4. That is not 4. There is now a 4 in one of those. But that is purple. So we've got a new boundary here. And this is not 4. And okay, where are we now? 10 past 3. I've got 5.5 hours. I don't know. Even if I finished it now, I'm not sure it would get loaded in time. 359 into this square by Sudoku. Not 5, 3 or 9. I've seen other squares with 3 or 9 in this puzzle. Oh, down here, yeah. Okay. Okay. I think it might be to do with this extra region here. That's sort of an IcyFruitism, isn't it? Where is... No, that's a bad question. I was going to say, oh, the 8 is in one of 2 places. That is true. It is true. If that was 4, it would be purple, and then that would have to be... Oh, that would be E. It would have to be odd, and that would work, because all of those would therefore be purple. Four. This would be... So that would be the boundary, I think. And this would be 8, and that would be a boundary. Oh, got to be careful with that. A little bit careful, anyway. Is it? It's not something to do with the... If that's purple, that's fine. If that's green, I think it's okay. Oh, I know where a boundary is. There. That's not a boundary anymore. That 1 and 8. That was completing, was it that 2 clue that we saw earlier on? So that feels a little interesting, doesn't it? Oh, it's really nearly it's nearly difficult for that to be 8, I think. Because if it's 8, you've got a boundary... Well, you've got that boundary, and then you've got that boundary. Is that okay? I'm not sure now. 7. I think it's okay, providing... I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure whether I do think that's okay. I think it is. Something is worrying me about that. I know it's a desperately stupid point, probably. I'm trying to envisage the boundary, the real boundary. And then I've got a tendril coming off it. I think it's all right, isn't it? I think it's okay. I mean, it wouldn't be okay. No, I don't know. I don't think I can do anything with that. So, okay, so let's make sure we don't get ahead of ourselves. One thing I've just noticed, though, is that's 3 or 9. So that's definitely green. So green is... Well, I also remember earlier, we can't have a complete column here that's entirely purple, so there is going to be green in something here. That's certainly true. If that's 4, that's green, isn't it? And then that would be 3 or 7 and would be green, so we get double green here. Would we care? The answer is I just don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to feel I'm flagging. I really am desperate to finish the puzzle, but I can feel my brain is just, it's almost given up the will. Right, come on, focus. You can do this. You can do it. You just have to not be a prize Charlie. Right, what are those squares? 1, 5, 7, 8. Let's see if that gives us anything. That's not 5. That's not 1. Column, no, it's not a good thought. There must be... What do we think? Okay, we said, didn't we, that these were 8? One of those was 8 in the extra region, and that is true. Now that is actually the last even digit in that extra region. So that is indisputably odd and is purple. And its nature is 1, 7, or 9. But all of those seem possible. Okay. So that doesn't help us. If that's 8... Why does my brain keep taking me back to this square being 8? Is that just me being an absolute Wallykins, or is there something there? I don't think it's a problem. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's a problem. I do know there's a 1 in one of these. So do I care if there is an 8 in there as well? That would be a really important point. I mean, if there was a 1, 8, this would delineate within purple. That's fine, isn't it? I think. Oh, that would delineate as well. If that was 8, that would be a line. That would be a line. This would be a 3. If that's a 3, it's purple then. Do we care? That would resolve my 9s and 3s at the bottom, so that would be a good result. I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's try again. Could we argue with any sort of vehemence that... I don't know. Is it? It could be this extra region, you know. Maybe there's sort of a triple in it I'm just not seeing, because they're all in different colours. Like 5 in it, for example, is a bit restricted. It's in one of 2 places. And there's no issue with creating barriers, like the 3, 6 barrier there. I don't think that's a problem, is it? That can be barriered on one side and it can't actually create a barrier, so that's fine. No, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. So what on earth do I do now then? Is there some way we know the ordering of this so that this one clue is not rendered impossible? I mean, I know the 4's in one of those. Which way round would it? If that's the 4, that is purple, isn't it? That's definitely purple. So there has been a change of colour. So there can't be another change of colour. So if that's 4, that square has to be odd. So it would be 3 or 7. This would be 3 or 7. So the change of colour comes immediately, and all of those turn purple, I think, is how that works. Now, is there a problem there for some reason I'm not seeing? I don't think there is. Oh. Oh, that's vicious. Okay, there is a problem with that, but it's absolutely monstrous. This is such a difficult point. If this is how you're meant to do this, it's barbaric. It's barbaric. Right. Here is the problem I'm perceiving there. Hold on to your hats, because this is mad. Right. If this is 4, this, because we can't change colour again, this has to be odd. So those are both odd and are both purple. Now, to show you what the problem is, I'm going to have to draw the line in here. Because the problem here is that this square is 8. And that is wrong now. Because now, this becomes, of course, green. But that boundary gets drawn in. And now I have connected, if you look carefully, this bottom green area of the grid is completely cut off by this sort of junction here. I mean, that is completely and utterly bonkers. So this, well, it gives me one more digit. It gives me a 4 there. 4 here, 4 here. 2 more digits, correction. That is now purple. That one is now green, so that is not... Oh, this one's green as well. So somewhere, so we've got to have the change somewhere. Okay. Okay, so these are both odd, and they are therefore both purple. So that gives me another little thingy there. Okay. What does that do? That's bizarre. Is it not going to do anything? I feel like I've put in a lot of 4s in this grid. I've done them all, haven't I? Okay. All right. That's not where we're meant to look then. Okay. So let's keep doing our delineation. Let's keep being diligent about that. So, I presume somehow we know the colour of this now, do we? If that was 3 or 7, then that would be the cut. If this is 8, then the cut goes round the corner there. But how has that helped me? No! I don't understand. I'm letting everybody down now. How has this helped me? One, 6, 7, 9 into these squares. 1, 6, 7, 9. That's not 1. Come on. Okay, see, I don't think... I mean, I keep coming back to this square, but I think if it's 8 now, it's okay. The only reason this became a problem was when it all joined up with the weird thing over on it. When all of these became purple, it really was a problem. But that doesn't seem to be what's going on now. It could be... Could it be parity somehow? Do we know where 8s live in this grid? I do know there's an 8 in one of those. If that's a 7, I know there's a line above it. There must be a way, he says fatuously. that I somehow know something about this domino that I don't think I know. There's one boundary. So far, how many boundaries have I come up with? The answer is 0. So if that was a 3, it wouldn't work. That's an interesting point, actually. If that was a 3, the 6-3 would create a boundary, and the odd to odd would create a boundary. So that is 7 or 8. Which, I mean, might do something. I don't know. This being 7 or 8. So if it's... Okay, if that was 8, 7. Yeah, so if that's 7... Yeah, that's it. Oh, I've got it. Right, if that's 7, it goes 7, 8 within the same colour. Boundary, 8, 6. Boundary, because they're both even. That's 3. Whoa. Okay, so that's 8 now. I didn't think that was going to be 8, but that's 7. Okay, so 8 is green, of all things. Okay, now the middle digit of the grid is a 9, because that's all within the same region, look. This is a 6-7 pair. Oh, don't tell me. Oh, that 9 is good. That's given me a 5 here and a 9 here. So this is a 1. This is a 9. Okay. Okay, that's nearly exciting, isn't it? It's really nearly exciting, to be honest. That must be purple now by parity. So this digit is not 1. This is 3. No 3 in the corner in the bottom of the grid, but never mind. That's 5 now. That's 3. 1, 5, 7 triple in that column. That digit ought to be available to me. 5, 8, 1 is 1. It's a 1. That's a 5. Oh, come on. I'm actually making a little bit of progress here. Right, if that's a 3, look, this is an 8, 9 pair. The 9 tells us the order. 9, 8. That means we're going to know which way round this goes, which is green. This is no longer 8. This is 6 by Sudoku, I'm going to claim. So that's 6, that's 7, that's 5, that's 8. Oh, don't, please, please, oh no, no. I've got a deadly 1-7 pattern. I do not like the sound of that. Well, that's a 3. And that's an 8. No, and that's gone wrong. Oh no. Now, did that go wrong late, or has it just gone wrong now? I don't know is the answer. I don't know. Okay, one thing I did do was I said by Sudoku that was a digit without checking my Sudoku. That could have been an error. Because where's 3 in this column? That is the 3 in the column. And the 5 takes care of the error. Oh, maybe. I might have resurrected it. Don't know. 1, 7, 1, 8, 5, 8, 6. Oh my god, I think the Sudoku has worked. Now I do not know whether the pattern works. The Sudoku might work. Come on. Think. Try and think. I'm going to go over 4 hours here. Right, that's green. That's green. That's not green. That's purple. That's green. That's green, thank goodness. That's green. That's green. And that's green. So is that the pattern? I don't know, because I don't feel I've finished until I check all of the thingies. I like things like that, for example. 8-7. 8-7. No. Okay, that's okay. 8-1. That's a pattern. That's a pattern I've learnt. I've learnt to respect. 9-6. 2-7. That's okay though. It's still all right. 6-3. 6-3 again. Okay, I think green is all right. I'm just looking at it, seeing if there's any boundaries I've definitely missed, or whether I've created anything that looks demonstrably wrong. I'm not seeing anything too bad. That's a boundary. That's not. I'm so. Oh my goodness! Right, that's a boundary. That's a boundary. Oh no, it's okay. It's all right. We're still okay. 4-5 is a boundary though. I think this is right. Let's see. Ah! That is a monster puzzle. It is genius. I mean, IcyFruit is a total genius. That is extraordinary. I don't know how you had the idea. It took me an hour to find even how to remotely approach it. But even once I knew how to remotely approach it, I couldn't do it. You can't do it. Don't get the impression that once you've had the idea, you can just do it. You just can't do it. Or I just couldn't do it. It took forever. 4 hours and 1 minute. No one is ever going to watch. No one's going to get to this point of the video unless they fast forward. If you did fast forward, I understand. If you didn't fast forward, if anybody out there actually watched the whole thing, let me know. I respect you immensely, and I respect your perseverance in putting up with me, frankly, for taking, some of those deductions felt so hard. But thank you for watching everything. If you're still here and you're not subscribed, maybe consider subscribing. Maybe. And thank you for watching, and thank you, IcyFruit. I never want to see anything that difficult ever again. That was quite hard. Let me know in the comments how you got on with the puzzle. I enjoy the comments, especially when they're kind, and we'll be back later with another edition of Cracking the Cryptic.